The honorable ladies and gentlemen of this House and those who are with us via the media. This morning I use again a very familiar scripture, Luke chapter 5, a little longer, verses 17 to 26, and therefore there should be a shorter reflection. One day when Jesus was teaching, some Pharisees and teachers of the law who were sitting and had come from every town in Galilee and Judea and from Jerusalem, the power of the Lord was present for Jesus to heal the sick. And so some men came carrying a paralyzed man on a bed. They tried to carry him into the house and put him in front of Jesus. Because of the crowd, however, they could find no way to take him in. So they carried him up on the roof, made an opening in the tiles, and let him down on his bed in the middle of the group in front of Jesus. When Jesus saw how much faith they had, he said to the man, "Your sins are forgiven, my friend." The teachers of the law and the Pharisees began to say among themselves, "Who is this man who speaks such blasphemy? God is the only one who can forgive sins." Jesus knew their thoughts and said to them, "Why do you think such things? Is it easier to say your sins are forgiven you or to say get up and walk? I will prove to you then that the Son of Man has authority on earth to forgive sins." So he said to the paralyzed man, "I tell you, get up, pick up your bed, and go home." At once the man got up in front of them all, took the bed he had been lying on, and went home, praising God. They were all completely amazed. Full of fear, they praised God, saying, "What marvelous things we have seen today." There are 3 points I wish for us to ponder. The first one is paralysis. Where are we paralyzed as a nation, as a family, as individuals? We want to pray and ponder, but we may be guilty of the paralysis of analysis, when we have to come to a conscious decision more quickly and take action. Are we paralyzed by fear and less able to trust God, trust our institutions, trust our government or each other? We have to call on the creativity, ingenuity, young insight, and senior revelation to be able to move forward. We have to open up the roof. We have to open up the roof and let this country down to its healing, for its wholeness, its wellness, its transformation, the transformation of our nation, and for the healing of families and of individuals. Is there a fire in our souls? Is there a hunger in our hearts? How far are we willing to go to bring others before the Lord in prayer, to be healed from the trauma of all that we are going through? Are we accepting, thirdly, point of our need for repentance and forgiveness? What is the stumbling block that keeps administrative machinery in government and private sector from flowing smoothly? What is our home life like, and where are our priorities? Do we need a clean break with the past and a chance to start again? May you lead and guide us in godly direction. And may we pray for you and praise you for your best efforts. And may we gently challenge you to accomplish even greater things for the greater good. Let us pray. Our Father, who art in heaven,
hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Good morning, honorable members. When the business of this House suspended yesterday evening, we were on the order of business at second reading and committal of bills. Further, second reading and committal of bills. The chair recognizes the honorable member for North Abaco.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move this Hurricane Dorian Replacement and Government Issue Documents Exemption from Fees Bill 2019. The second. Thank you. I thought I was moving this bill. To move the second reading thereof. Mr. Speaker, but before I do so, please indulge me the opportunity to extend condolences to the family of Althea Mills from Dundas Town, who was like a sister to my mom. They grew up together. I often heard them speak about how they went around to different singing competitions, and she was like an aunt to me. A very good family woman who raised her family to be God-fearing in the community of Dundas Town. She passed post-Dorian. And to my grandmother's, the family of my grandmother's aunt, Rebecca Sims, who also passed post-Dorian. Mr. Speaker, I use this opportunity to extend heartfelt condolences to the families of these strong Abaconian women who have gone on to rest with the Lord. Mr. Speaker, I want to begin by saying North Abaco supports this bill. The bill provides for the exemption of payment of certain fees for a temporary period by any person who, on the 1st of September 2019, resided in Abaco, or Grand Bahama, or one of the surrounding keys. Mr. Speaker, Dorian changed our way of life in the Bahamas, I believe, forever. It was a type of weather. It was a type of weather event which comes along and changes the way a generation will approach such events in the future. You know, Mr. Speaker, I went home on the Saturday before Dorian arrived, and I met someone at the airport who asked me, you know, what are you doing here? You're an MP and a minister in the government. Why have you come here? And I said I came to warn people that if they don't move from areas that might be impacted by this storm, the outcome will not be good. I said I came to say to people, you need to move to a safe quadrant. You need to move to higher ground, come inland from the coast, because this thing is coming, as you explained to us the other day, Mr. Speaker, on a king tide, which is a super spring tide, and it will come with ferocious force. And I was told by the individual that I was speaking to that, you know, we have lived in these islands and in these keys for many years, and we know how to manage. We know how to manage these storms. This one will come and it will pass as all others have done before it, and we will resume life as normal. But that turned out to be a mistaken hypothesis, Mr. Speaker. Because Dorian taught this generation, as the storms before it taught my grandmother's generation, that these storms will come and upheave your life in a way that you never, ever thought possible. The Prime Minister said it in this place yesterday, and he put it this way: Hurricane Dorian is a generational tragedy that has changed the Bahamas forever. In my view, Dorian will completely change our concept of these storms that have the potential to cause so much damage, and Mr. Speaker, regrettably, to take lives. It turned my home island into a virtual wasteland. From the Keys in central Abaco all the way to the northern end of Treasure Key, and even further, causing tremendous damage. In the result, many, if not all of us, will think twice about remaining in the path of a serious storm like Dorian, which comes with the potential of causing so much pain the pain of losing loved ones, the pain of losing all that one had worked for a lifetime. And Mr. Speaker, the pain of wondering what is in my future. As leaders, Mr. Speaker, we must always seek to be forthright and honest in our assessments. We must. Too many times, politicians come and leaders and want to placate people and say to them the things that they think they ought to hear. Mr. Speaker, I am not a traditional politician. And so I want to say that I believe that it is my duty to say to the people of North Abaco, and if I may be so presumptuous, to the people of Grand Bahama, Grand Bahamians, that the road to recovery will be a long one. This will not be an overnight fix, Mr. Speaker. We will have to put on the mindset of the pioneers who built our communities into what we once enjoyed. Mr. Speaker, pioneers looked at the landscape and determined that we will create in this place a community for our families, a community in which we can live, a community in which we can thrive and raise our children. Mr. Speaker, if you go to Abaco and certain portions of Grand Bahama, if you don't have the spirit of the pioneer, your heart will faint. But I know Bahamians, Mr. Speaker. I know that our generations before us went into these small fishing communities and raised up their families and raised up a living from the sea, that we too in this generation will find the strength and the courage to rebuild our homes. That means that as the government, Mr. Speaker, and NGOs and from both domestic and foreign come to help us, we too must roll up our sleeves. We must roll up our sleeves and put put our shoulders to the wheel in the spirit of the pioneer and press forward, Mr. Speaker. We must press forward. Yes, we have been broken down. Yes, we have suffered lots of loss. Yes, loved ones have gone tragically. But we are where we are in North Abaco and in Grand Bahama. And we must face the reality of where we are. And that means that we must play a part in the recovery of our islands and our homes. Mr. Speaker, we have very little time left to sit and lament over our circumstances. This might be a little rough, but there's no time now, Mr. Speaker. 8 weeks after, nearly. No time now for a pity party. It's time now for us to get up, strap up our boots, and get to work, Mr. Speaker. It's time to get to work. It's time for us to show our leadership in this generation of Bahamians, who we know endure the spirit of the pioneer, who can get up and move forward despite what we face. We are where we are, and so we must find the strength, the courage, and the conviction to stand up, brush off, pick up the pieces, and begin the long journey toward a full and complete restoration and recovery of our islands. The government will do its part, Mr. Speaker. That's what governments are required to do. But we who are the community are also required to do our part. Mr. Speaker, I promise I won't be long. The bill, although it might appear small, Mr. Speaker, and a natural thing to do post-Dorian, this bill represents part of our journey toward reclaiming the things that we have lost in the storm. For all intents and purposes, it is deemed to have come into force on the 2nd of September, the day after Dorian made landfall in the Abaco Keys and subsequently went on to lash Grand Bahama. Clause 2 of the bill allows for the Prime Minister to extend the duration of the act for a period not exceeding 6 months. The purpose of the bill, Mr. Speaker, is to allow the replacement, the relaxation of fees for the replacement of important documents that we have lost in the storm. And you know, Mr. Speaker, this also speaks to our preparation, because we were taught since children that when a storm approaches, we should take all of our valuable documents and place them into a waterproof container. Secure them from water. A Ziploc bag today you would use. Secure them from water and keep them in a place that we can readily reach them when the time comes. Mr. Speaker, you know, I was at the government complex which became a default shelter. When the eye of the storm came, Mr. Speaker, and I saw people coming to the government complex from all four corners of the earth, pouring in like rain. And I realized then, Mr. Speaker, that the devastation had surpassed that which we first thought would come to us. And many of those individuals came only with the clothing on their backs. Now, the ones who came from shelters had their valuables with them. But the point I was making is that many of us do not take the steps that we are taught to take in the time of these events. Now, that said, we lost a lot of documents from homes, and very important documents, identifications like your NID card, like your passport, like your driver's license, like your death certificates of loved ones gone, like marriage certificates. And the government saw fit, Mr. Speaker, to replace these documents that were lost through an act of God, really, by force majeure. That's not much fault of your own, because some people saved their documents and they were still in a state of damage that they could not be used. And so, in the wake of the storm, a lot of people wanted to travel, for instance. And so we had to provide immediately passports for these individuals. And we didn't think it was fair that an individual had just gotten a passport and within the year period and would be forced to pay again to replace that document that was lost basically by the storm. And so we thought it necessary to enact this piece of legislation which supports the policy that the government initiated in the circumstances. Clause 3, listen, it supports the people. It supports the people. It makes the burden a little lighter on those who had already lost so much. Clause 3 of the bill, Mr. Speaker, provides for the exemption of the fees for the replacement of these documents for persons residing in the specified islands, which is Grand Bahama, Abaco, and the Keys surrounding. Mr. Speaker, I've already indicated some of those documents, if not all of them, which are covered under this bill. Mr. Speaker, this is a good place to thank the public officials who worked very hard in assisting with the replacement of so many documents in the wake of Dorian. As I indicated, the Passport Office, Mr. Speaker, replaced some 1,602 passports between the 3rd and 30th of September. 408 from Grand Bahama and 1,122 from the island and keys of Abaco. Mr. Speaker, Clause 4 provides for the proof of eligibility. All one simply needs to do is to provide a utility bill with an address showing one of the islands or keys in the schedule attached to the bill, or produce another satisfactory document showing one's name and address, and that is proof enough for the replacement of your document. Because this information is in the government's domain, it's in the systems, and so all we need to do is ensure that it is you with your photograph, and you're there, we can see you, and put your name and particulars in and produce or reproduce the document which you previously held. Mr. Speaker, this we hope will go a long way toward making the load a little lighter for those of us impacted by Dorian and Abaco and Grand Bahama and the surrounding keys. Mr. Speaker, much is said about leadership, so before I take my seat, please indulge me. Please indulge me, Mr. Speaker, to commend the Prime Minister publicly for keeping a firm hand on the tiller as we treat with the impact of Dorian. You know, Mr. Speaker, Leaders take a bad rap. Leaders can never do enough, and whatever they do is often insufficient. That's what they say. Barry is the head that wears the crown. You know, fate would have it that Kalani, Dr. Hubert Minnis, the Prime Minister of the Bahamas, happened to be now in the seat of leadership. At a time where we are faced with a crisis, hitherto not seen in a modern Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, the day before the Saturday afternoon, I was in Crown Haven doing my final rounds, and I got a call in the afternoon which said to me that the Prime Minister will come to Albuquerque, and I said, Lord, now I got to leave Crown Haven and get all the way up to Marsh Harbor to be able to meet him at the airport. And I looked at the skies, and the skies were black, and I said, why is the Prime Minister coming to Albuquerque, putting himself at risk, I thought, on a day like today with the outer bounds of this hurricane already approaching the island of Albuquerque. And at one point between Treasure Key and Murphy Town, a torrential rain came down, and it became very difficult to see. And I drive sometimes, I guess, a little too fast on the long roads of Albuquerque. And I'm not encouraging that anyone does that. But I grew up on those roads, so I know every turn and bend in them, basically. You know, I knew when they were dirt roads, right? And so we made our way into Marsh Harbor to meet the Prime Minister, and I said, PM, you know, why did you come today? Why did you think? He said, I came because I wanted to warn people for one final time that they need to move to safe quadrants. And Mr. Speaker, that's what leaders do. Leaders go beyond the call of duty. Leaders sacrifice to ensure that those they lead are kept in a safe place. Crisis, Mr. Speaker, will do one of two things. It will highlight leadership, or it will expose the weak leaders among us. I believe this crisis, Mr. Speaker, in my humble estimation, the member for Kalani has demonstrated sound leadership in the face of dealing with the most catastrophic disaster to hit the modern Bahamas. I've been present, Mr. Speaker, in many meetings where leaders of the world, multilateral organizations, the UN Secretary General, the Secretary General of the OAS, the Organization of American States. Mr. Speaker, the Secretary General of the Commonwealth and other leaders of the world who commended the Prime Minister's leadership, commended the Prime Minister's leadership and the leadership of the government during this crisis. But you know, Mr. Speaker, the scripture is clear that a prophet is never honored in his hometown. Could anything good come from Jerusalem, from Nazareth? Mr. Speaker, could anything good come from Baintown? Well, Dorian will show us in the final results what leadership is all about. And so, Mr. Speaker, we still have a long way to go, but we will get there. Mr. Speaker, we have a long way to go yet, but we will get there, one day at a time. You know, a senior gentleman from Belize, the foreign minister whom I admire, his name is Edrington. He said to me, Darren, with what you face, I share with you a proverb. He says, the elephant, as big as he is, he tackles his food one bite at a time. And Mr. Speaker, we in the Bahamas, we in the government of the Bahamas, we the people of the Bahamas, will tackle Dorian one bite, one day, one step at a time. But we will rise. We will rise like the phoenix from the ash. And we will soar, Mr. Speaker, as before never seen in the islands of Albuquerque and Grand Bahama. This is my faith. And this is my determination for the people whom I represent in this place. Before I take my seat, Mr. Speaker, let me share with you this quote from John F. Kennedy. And I quote, he says, the Chinese use 2 brush strokes to write the word crisis. One brushstroke stands for danger, the other for opportunity. In crisis, be aware of the danger, but recognize the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, we in the government see the crisis all around us. But I want Abaconians and Grand Bahamians to know that there are many, many opportunities that came along with this crisis. And we must put ourselves in a position to participate in the opportunities that will involve rebuilding our lives in these impacted islands. And so, Mr. Speaker, with those few words, North Abaco supports this bill. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Your seconder. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Yamakro.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just let me say that it is an honor to stand this morning to second the debate on the Hurricane Dorian replacement of government issued document exemption of fees bill. Mr. Speaker, I will begin where my colleague, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, ended, and to say that Hurricane Dorian, as devastating as it was, provided an opportunity for creativity, innovation, and discovery, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just recently went to New York and to Brazil, where we sought to sell the positioning of the Bahamas, the stable governance that we celebrate in the region, and an independent and impartial judiciary, Mr. Speaker. And we invited the world to come to live, and work, and play in the Bahamas, and most certainly to bring all of their resources. And Mr. Speaker, Hurricane Dorian was described as a hurricane with at least 185 miles an hour wind, and wind gusts of up to 220 miles per hour, and sea surges of up to 23 feet. It is being described as the worst natural disaster ever to hit the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. But Mr. Speaker, why I say this provides an opportunity for creativity, innovation, and discovery. Because as I traveled, I remember a photo of a young man when they were doing the rescues in Freeport. And as they pulled persons from the raging waters, the gentleman who was there from the international media asked him, "How much longer do you expect to be here?" And where some would take fright and take flight, he, along with other Bahamians, and he led the charge by saying, "We're going to be here until we rescue everybody." It was interesting to go to Abaco. You know, I told persons, and I celebrate the fact that when I started my work history coming from Canada, I worked as a stevedore. And so I knew how you would always try and avoid the 40-foot containers, especially when they're lifting those things. But to see a 40-foot container that was on one side of the island by the port being displaced and mangled like a sore Coke can and placed somewhere else caught my attention, Mr. Speaker. And it tells us the force of the wind. To find that communities that once existed were no more, just rubble, or persons that were once living in a certain area could not be found, was devastating, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would just like to highlight the stance of the government, because I've heard a lot of things said about the role of the government and its activity post-Hurricane Dorian. And I want the world to know that the response of the government was one that was sober, without fear, favor, or ill will. And shortly after the ravages of Hurricane Dorian, the government, introduced the exigency order that allows thousands of persons to come into the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, Mr. Speaker, and to provide vital services to the communities affected by Hurricane Dorian. I take this opportunity, following in the footsteps of the Prime Minister and recently my colleagues, to thank the international community for all that they have done and they continue to do to assist with the rebuilding of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, understanding that we as a people have a significant role to play. Mr. Speaker, before I go into the legislation, I would just like to say and reiterate what has been the stance of the government. And that is, we are a government of laws, a sovereign country that is, governed by the rule of law and international best practices. And Mr. Speaker, when we crafted that response, it was deliberate. It was precise, comprehensive, clear, and concise, Mr. Speaker. Because when we thought about it, we thought about the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, UN Declaration of the Rights of the Child, the rights of refugees, the rights and privileges of persons who are to be protected by the Trafficking in Persons Prevention and Suppression Act, Mr. Speaker. And so we said that all in the Bahamas were to receive social assistance, regardless of race, sex, origin, immigration status, or political opinion. And that was done, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there have been recent concerns about people coming and going from the Bahamas. As I said earlier, we've created the environment where international organizations, they were able to come, and they're still here. But we want the world to know that we have an obligation, not just nationally, but internationally, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that only fit and proper persons who are in the best interest of peace, order, and good governance come to the Bahamas. Despite the fact that we've suffered the ravages of Hurricane Dorian, it does not place the responsibility of a responsible people and a responsible government to continue to protect the borders and to protect the persons that we invite. And I want to remind the community.
Honorable member, just a moment, please.
Sorry.
Honorable members, Centerville, Pine Ridge, and Golden Isles. I have no difficulty with you members wanting to discuss matters. And the purpose for the majority and minority room is for such events. But it's disrespectful to the member who's presenting for you to be conducting what appears to be a separate meeting within the chambers. So I would just simply recommend that if you have the need to meet, that you do it in the majority room or the minority room, as opposed to the chamber. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Pine Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that advice and consultation, and I would take it under advisement and hope that it would be also remembered for all members of this chamber to follow the instructions that you've just given to us. I take it with respect, sir, and I would hope that it would go for all. Because what we're doing, I've seen this happen on numerous occasions in here, but perhaps this was a good time to correct us.
Honorable member, let me just say this. Whatever I say from the chair is applicable to all members. Now, for example, the official opposition caucus sitting together, I expect communication between them. But when members leave their position and join in conversations and so on in other parts of the chamber, that is distinguished, that is distinguishable from, for example, the opposition caucus here sitting together and meeting. I know on occasions, sometimes members would reseat themselves basically when a member is making a presentation, mostly for effect, visual effect. That is also distinguishable from a situation where it appears from the chair that a separate meeting is occurring within the chamber.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Much obliged. And I will follow your ruling and will take that under consideration for future meetings and for future attendance in the House of Assembly.
Yes,
Thank you,
but
sir.
honorable members, if you are of the view that such an event is taking place in this chamber, you are welcome to bring it to the attention of the chair,
Yes,
and the
sir.
chair
Yes, sir.
will deal with it
Thank you, sir.
accordingly.
Thank you, sir.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Yamakro.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, that it's very important for not just the local persons in the Bahamas to understand, but that the international community to understand that we're a sovereign country governed by our laws, the rule of law, and international best practice. Why I said and I spoke about how we have crafted the statement, and that statement took into consideration international norms that are enshrined, one can say that are enshrined in our Constitution when we apply it with regard to protecting not just only the majority, Mr. Speaker, but the least in our community. And when I speak to that, I remember the case of Minister of Home Affairs Fisher coming out of Bermuda, where the Privy Council said we should be careful to avoid some of the trappings or the tabulate. I can't get the wording, the exact wording, but we should be careful and understand that our Constitution enshrines these fundamental international norms. And so when persons say that we're doing certain things, I just want them to understand that we're following the laws, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, other than the exigency order and allowing persons freely, what I want to say is that we're now having persons who are coming outside of international organizations wanting to provide humanitarian service. As I indicated, we invite more than 7 million persons to this country. We invite the world, and we say that we are a financial services center of distinction, that you can come with your family, your resources, and even sometimes your support staff to live and work here. What that suggests, when we say that, is more than suggested, is that we're a safe environment to do such a thing. One of the things that the world would never want OECD or the Financial Action Task Force is really pressing with regulations is that we don't have an appreciation for who comes and who goes. We can't have persons just turning up on our shores, and it's happened. Plane load of persons come and they disembark. And you're having to say, wait a second, you have to come over to immigration. And they say, no, we had heard that you can just fly in. No, it doesn't work that way. We still have to protect the right of Bahamians to be first in line for certain jobs. And when there's not the expertise to be found in the Bahamas, you allow persons in. There's a transfer of expertise and knowledge, right? And so we allow that. But we still have an obligation to prevent the drug trafficker, the human trafficker, the gun trafficker, and from just coming in. And the other thing that we must prevent, and we want to say to the world, is that we don't want the money launderer, and we don't want anybody who's engaged in terrorism financing or terrorism activity. So we still have to be at the borders. I said it on yesterday, and I will say this again. We have to be critically careful when dealing with natural disasters, and we'll be led in Africa, in the Republic of Haiti, and a number of other jurisdictions. They found that everybody that came to the jurisdiction did not come to do good. Women and children were violated. And so, yes, we are inviting the world. Yes, we want the world. I want to thank that gentleman who fed 15,000 meals a day. Super. Met him in New York. Excellent gentleman. Reputable. A man of great integrity who came and assist. But we vetted him before allowing him in. So if someone comes outside of the normal work of things, we have to ensure that they're just not coming to circumvent, to prospect. And I'm not talking now with the Bahamas. There are persons who went to other jurisdictions and they were prospecting. I do this very well, then allow me to work and do that. And so we have an awesome responsibility. And in our country, you know, if it goes good, it's okay. But if it's mess up, then everybody wants to find out how did X get into the country. And I always take this opportunity to congratulate those immigration officers who were on the ball after just before 9/11 and did not allow that imposter into this country. We saw the U.S. demonstrate the might of its power and almost shut down the world. It shut down the U.S. If you were in the sky, stay in the sky. If you were in the air, stay on the ground, stay on the ground. If you were outside of their territory, don't come in. The word was to shoot down anything that you didn't identify. So one cannot imagine if that imposter was able to come into this country and set up a cell and would have been active. I could almost see a super carrier pulling offshore to find out what it is we have. We have signed on, we've just debated last year, the nuclear weapons treaty agreement. So immigration, and I say all that to say that immigration is not only about work permits. Immigration is about nationalizing persons. Immigration is about permanent residents. Immigration is about protecting even those who are undocumented in the country. We have persons who are coming here now to work. They're going into agreements in foreign countries. Persons want to pay them pittance and bring them into the Bahamas. You have to protect these people and ensure that they're not being trafficked. And there are persons who are giving us horrific stories about how they're treated. Young women who go into homes sometimes, and the last thing that's on the person's mind is cleaning. And so, along with the police department and our other agencies, we have to protect the integrity of this country. And I say this before I go into the legislation. We invite all fit and proper persons to come and present themselves at the legal entry points to come into the Bahamas. And we invite all, they must be persons who are in the best interest of the peace, order, and good governance of the Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, now go into the legislation that's before us today, and that is the Hurricane Dorian replacement of document, government issued document. And my colleague did an excellent job. My colleague from North Abago did an excellent job, so I'll go through very quickly. The bill, Mr. Speaker, we recognize that after Hurricane Dorian, I extend condolences to those persons who have lost loved ones. There were just persons also lost documents. And I would like to say in the Immigration Department, we had persons who came forward and honestly put forward requisitions to departments for documents. And we were able to replace those documents that were lost during the specific period of Hurricane Dorian. But we have had had to follow the law without fear, favor, affection, or ill will, and not invite some persons, just tell some persons you're not going to leave this department because they've attempted to commit a fraud on the department. Not everybody who comes ahead and says they've lost the document, lost them. Just recently, there was a matter before the court where someone re-entered the Bahamas after being deported. One re-entered after harboring with false documents and purported to present the document back to the Immigration Department. Very shortly, you will see in the paper someone will be certified as a justice of the peace. Stop producing fraudulent documents. We're going through them. Do not come to the department with a dead person's birth certificate. And so these are some of the things that we see, and we hear a lot of discussions, but nobody says anything about it. We don't burn people in the Bahamas, and I want the human rights group to highlight some of those things. I was there at the church, the Seventh-day Adventist Church that night. I was to go around to all of the shelters. I want to commend the international community, Minister of National Security, Social Services. We went around. I spoke to the people. I beat them there to the Seventh-day Adventist shelter. I was there when the two distinguished gentlemen came and opened the place. Social Services came. I spoke to the Minister of National Security. Says, I got this security thing on lock. Don't worry about that. They come in. I spoke to those persons, and then to see something go out internationally, to say that the church is abusing the persons. Nothing could be further from the truth. I went to Jamaica the other day, and I said to one of the authors, a very disgraceful Bahamian man, I don't call him a gentleman, purport to produce a document with someone with a I asked them to blow up the pictures for me, and they should have had it here for me this morning. Someone with an attack dog, someone with a billion, a next person with a revolver, purporting to beat someone, and they call it human rights issues in the Bahamas. And I said to one of the persons, any reasonable person looking at this document would come to the conclusion that this happened in the Bahamas. I said, why did you do this? Is this for sensationalism? I said, no, that's not sensationalism, that's a lie. When members around the world see this who trust you, they would think that this is happening. When someone do their risk analysis before they travel, they would not want to travel to a country like that. Those things would tend to destabilize a country where we depend on tourism, financial services, and financial services assist the majority of our middle class. Why would you do that? And a number of other persons had to say, listen, I was a police officer. I know how many white officers we have in the force. We don't have this many. Why would you produce a picture like that? And I invite the groups in the Bahamas. Yes, we deserve to be criticized sometimes. And I have said, led by the Prime Minister, if you know of anybody who's been wrong, 376-7599. That's my personal number. Call the director, Mr. Clarence Russell. But the Prime Minister, boy, I don't know how he does it, but he takes a lot of calls. He will accept your calls. But let us know. Our courts have demonstrated the capacity to rule against the government. To rule against the government in cases. And we celebrate that fact. We sell that fact around the world. That we have an independent, impartial, and fearless judiciary who has demonstrated what it will do when the rule of law or laws are breached in the Bahamas. You could make a complaint to them. But Mr. Speaker, I am of the view, the considered opinion, that we have addressed Hurricane Dorian and the fallout of Hurricane Dorian in a Herculean manner. I was there when Mr. President Trump called the Prime Minister. I was there when the Prime Minister from Barbados, Mr. Lucia. I read Hurricane Dorian dwarfed Hurricane Katrina. And the United States of America is one of the most powerful countries in this region. And she said she couldn't prepare. She could not prepare. We saw when the general went in some weeks later, honorary, police officers fled. Our officers went, I'm not putting them down, our officers went there. When I went to Abaco, we had immigration officers wiping off with wipes. One of the senior immigration officers says, we could take the women, women are strong, we could take the women back and we could wipe off. I said, no, you can't do that. We can look for some place to put yours. Lady had something on her ankle after she was injured. Said she ready to go home, a senior immigration officer. She's now back there. We've demonstrated strength beyond strength while being led by our God in these circumstances. I commend all of those. I know there's been some criticism. All of those who went around trying to do their best. I even commended Exuma when he says, the Prime Minister's working, I'm working, there's sufficient work for everybody. Get to work.
Good man. Good man.
That's a young lion. Cousin.
Good example.
Cousin.
Good example, man. Good example.
Mr. Speaker.
Keeping the spirit.
Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding the provision, this legislation provides an exemption for fees and replacement of documents, Mr. Speaker. There's been no complaints that passports, those who legitimately have lost their passports and have made an application, that they have not been replaced. There's been no legitimate complaints that those who have lost their police record, who have made an application to the police department, that have not been replaced. There's been no legitimate complaints that those who've lost NIV cards, who have made an application for one in this circumstances, that have not been replaced. There's been no legitimate complaint that those who've lost their driver's license or voter certificate and they've made an application for same, that they've not been replaced. There's been no complaints that I know of for those who've lost identification cards issued under the Nationality Act and have not been replaced. I can tell you that we've kept some persons. There's been no, oh yes, this one is interesting. There have been no complaints that those who applied for birth certificates or death certificates, that they've not been issued once they put, but we have to keep some persons and get some persons. And I want to issue a warning to some of those justices of peace. I'm of the view, and I'm going to suggest to my Prime Minister, I've made excuse me. But that we should review this whole thing about justice of the peace. But y'all be careful. Y'all are doing some documents. y'all are doing some documents. Yeah. Yeah, the word to the wise is sufficient. There's been no genuine or legitimate complaints of those who've applied for marriage certificates, but they've not been replaced and without cause. And certified copies of any recorded documents at the Registrar General Department, that if you lost them during the periods of, in that specific period, September 1st, as a result of Hurricane Dorian, that they have not been entertained in those documents. And there are persons who are saying that they have not been. Just let us know, and we will deal with it. And the schedule of areas is Abaco and the Abaco Keys, Proceedings Key, Great Grand Key, Water Key, and Grand Bahama Island. Mr. Speaker, before I close, I crave your indulgence just to extend condolences. I was away when this young Bahamian man died, Mr. Antonio Turnquest. He's from the community of Yamacraw. I spoke to his father, Mr. Jeff Turnquest. His wife's name is Miss Lorraine Turnquest. I'd like to extend condolences on behalf of myself, my family, and the community of Yamacraw, and most certainly the party of which I'm proud to be a member, the Free National Movement. Mr. Speaker, in all the circumstances, I support this legislation. But I would like to end by saying this, as I began, that Hurricane Dorian has provided an opportunity for creativity, innovation, and discovery. That we are a sovereign country, Mr. Speaker, governed by our laws, rule of laws, international norms, Mr. Speaker, which includes the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and all those declarations, the UN Declaration of Rights of the Child, and all those other documents. But we understand that we must respect the dignity of the human person. And in all regards, I think that we have complied with that. If there are any persons who think that we haven't done that, please make an approach to the authorities, and/or you're free to make an application to the court. But most certainly, we as a government and as a people would want to deal with it first and rectify any and all injury that persons may think that they may have suffered at the hands of the government. May God continue to bless us all, and may God continue to bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to provide for the exemption of payment of fees to replace government-issued documents that were damaged or lost by any person who, on the 1st of September 2019, resided in any of the islands impacted by Hurricane Dorian. As many, the Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for the Exumas and Ragged Island.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise gratefully on behalf of the wonderful people of Exuma, and I contribute to the Hurricane Dorian Replacement of Government-Issued Documents Exemption from Fees Bill 2019. I also speak proudly on behalf of the people of Ragged Island, the forgotten people of Ragged Island, Mr. Speaker. And we won't belabor the discussion on this bill, but the opposition, we have no objection to this bill. We are a little surprised that we didn't get to this point before now. We did ask for the recall of Parliament, and we trust that the persons who, over the past 7 weeks, would have already replaced their documents, we trust that the government would consider how this might be retroactive in terms of maybe refunding some of those much needed fees that were paid. Had we been recalled, we wouldn't have to raise that point, Mr. Speaker, but we are where we are. I do wonder, Mr. Speaker, whether the minister could bring further clarification on that point at some stage. Those refunds would be badly needed by the suffering people on the ground, I would imagine. Mr. Speaker, I hope that this bill would have established timelines for issuance of these documents in a very streamlined process, but I don't believe that it did. In any event, we will vote for this bill, Mr. Speaker. We will not oppose it. But
Honourable Member, the Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Carmichael. Are you on a point of order?
Yes, on a point of order. I'd like to draw the attention of the Honourable Member to clause 1.2, and if that doesn't satisfy what he is asking, then perhaps he can expand on exactly what he's asking so that we can understand as a Parliament. That would be very, very helpful, having to the point that he's made. 1.2, subsection 2, and if that doesn't assist, then it'll be helpful if you would let us know what you're asking.
It assists to the extent that it's retroactive, but there's a practical issue, Mr. Speaker. I assume that persons over the past 7 weeks have been paying already for these documents, Mr. Speaker. So perhaps from a practical perspective, the member for Carmichael or the minister responsible might speak to the practical aspects of it. In any event, Mr. Speaker, we're not opposing this particular bill. And let me clarify something for the record, Mr. Speaker. The opposition will oppose the bill that was just discussed, the Hurricane Dorian amendment, Mr. Speaker. And we don't go about opposing for opposing sake, as how some might suggest, Mr. Speaker. But we don't support bills that we feel offend the Constitution. We just don't. And we don't support bills that we feel are unnecessary. We just don't. We don't support bills that we believe is a public relations stunt, a PR exercise. We just don't. and we don't support bills, and we don't support bills. We do not support bills, Mr. Speaker, where we don't have full and adequate details in advance, Mr. Speaker. As I understand the member for Cat Island, Rumpke and San Salvador indicated in relation to the IDB resolution yesterday, Mr. Speaker. We just don't. We're not rubber stamps, Mr. Speaker. We represent constituencies, the people of Exuma, Cat Island, and Andros, and Eggleston.
Honorable member
We
for
represent people.
Honorable member for Ragged Island. Before I recognize you, Honorable member for Carmichael, yesterday I had to make the point, and you were not here yesterday, Honorable member for Exumas and Ragged Island, so I can excuse you in this occasion. But, honorable members, when the chair begins to intervene and is about to recognize a member, this tactic of appearing to ignore the chair or not to hear the chair will not be tolerated from any member. So when the chair intervenes and you hear the voice of the chair, you don't pretend not to hear it or to ignore it. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Carmichael on a point of order.
So, Mr. Speaker, the point of order is that the honorable member is utilizing the debate on this piece of legislation to re-debate legislation that has already passed in second reading. That is the point of order. That is not something the honorable member can do.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I note your advice. I move on because I speak on behalf of the people of Exuma and Ragged Island. And when points need to be reiterated, I reiterate them, Mr. Speaker. I recollect quite clearly, Mr. Speaker, on the IDB resolution, the people of Ragged Island were offended that their name were being bandied about in this resolution, and still they had not gotten any relief. But yet their name was in the resolution as if they were going to benefit from it. So do I speak retroactively on some issues? Yes. Because I speak on behalf of the people of Ragged Island and Exuma. And this opposition, we're not rubber stamps, Mr. Speaker. We speak on behalf of the people. Mr. Speaker, in relation to the process of renewal of passports, this, in my view, is already a bit of a nightmare. I was amazed the other day to learn of a 50-year-old Bahamian woman who had a passport all her life, being asked for birth certificates and marriage certificates of her parents. But she has had a passport that the government gave her. Both of her parents had passports that the government gave them. Why do they need to get the documents over again when they have passports issued by you? It's quite astounding, Mr. Speaker. And then the process of renewal of passports for family islanders. This has to be looked at, Mr. Speaker. We're talking about renewals, Mr. Speaker, where persons already have passports, Mr. Speaker. Presumably, there ought to be a process. Presumably, there ought to be a process where family islanders present themselves to the administrator's office to validate that they are who they are, and then there can be a process of issuance of renewed passports without having to spend inordinate sums to come to Nassau. There ought to be a way, Mr. Speaker, for us to refine this process. Mr. Speaker, this whole issue speaks to the perennial lack of ease of doing business. I see persons on Facebook bragging of how they've opened bank accounts with Bank America in 30 minutes, and they walk out with bank cards and checks, and they walk off the street having presented themselves, but it takes weeks and months to do so in the Bahamas. Some of the same Canadian banks who open bank accounts on passports for strangers off the street who present themselves in 30 minutes are doing it here in days and weeks, Mr. Speaker. And no doubt the Minister of Finance will use his moral suasion to encourage the central bank and those banks to relax these processes. So yes, we're talking about ease of doing business, efficiency and effectiveness of issuance of documents in the Bahamas, Mr. Speaker, but we are mindful that we are not compromising our borders for speed and efficiency, Mr. Speaker. So we are asking for both. We want speed, we want efficiency, and we support the new minister responsible for immigration in his quest to protect our borders. What about, and before I raise these questions, Mr. Speaker, I have several questions. I listened to most of the debate, most of the ministers. I missed a few, Mr. Speaker. But there's still so many more questions than answers, Mr. Speaker. And these are questions that the people want answers to, Mr. Speaker. Perhaps we should also be establishing a waiver of fees on new small businesses, Mr. Speaker. We should also perhaps waive VAT in Abaco and Grand Bahama and just make the entire area VAT free, Mr. Speaker. Any rudimentary economist would say, you know, where there's no economic activity, there's no tax to be collected anyhow. So we must certainly get on with moving these economies along, Mr. Speaker. There is great concern on the ground with respect to the filing of VAT, Gabaco, and Grand Bahama, Mr. Speaker, and I asked the tax authorities to exercise compassion. Persons have no computers, no spreadsheets, no electricity in many cases, but they're being demanded to produce these filings in record time, Mr. Speaker. I ask this government to continue to exercise compassion. Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether the 7 members of Parliament in Abaco and Grand Bahama are satisfied with the restoration response so far. I don't know that they have all of the answers they require, Mr. Speaker, but I listened and there are more questions. There was much partisanship, political theatrics, particularly yesterday, I understand, Mr. Speaker. There's been a lot of back-patting. There's been a lot of self-praise, even some clowning, Mr. Speaker. But there's not been enough explanation as to what the plan is. Now, medium term and long term, Mr. Speaker. And I understand that the Prime Minister missed me yesterday, and I wasn't here. So I did read a script, Mr. Speaker, but I was disappointed that there wasn't enough about the plan. And I will tell you, Mr. Speaker, that the people of Abaco and Grand Bahama are feeling a sense of abandonment, and they're feeling a sense of frustration. So no amount of political theatrics are going to ease that. They're saying enough talk, more action, Mr. Speaker. The cleanup efforts, I'm told from those on the ground, that the relief effort is disjointed and haphazard. Some areas like the shanty towns are being cleaned up relatively quickly in Abaco. Other areas like Marshall or proper, the cleanup is slow. There are questions as to how it can be speeded up. Mounds of debris lay on streets of Grand Bahama, little movement in sight. The questions are, how can we get this moving faster? These are questions from the people on the ground. International aid workers, they continue to complain about being given the turnaround. And I know there's been some response in this, but this is not a new issue. They continue to want to give help to the people of the Bahamas. And we are so grateful for the outpouring of love from the international community. We thank them gratefully. And we hope that there could continue to be a cutting of the red tape with respect to these issues. This is what the people on the ground are saying. This is what the people on the ground are concerned about. And I ask this government and its ministers not to be so caught up with the back-patting and the self-praise that they detach themselves from the reality on the ground, much in their constituencies, Mr. Speaker. The people on the ground are frustrated and they are concerned. And it's not that they're not listening closely enough, they're just not hearing enough about the plan. Where is the plan? The people who have been displaced in New Providence, who are not in shelters, who are paying rent in New Providence, they're asking, What's the plan for us? How are we going to access concessions? They want to hear more about the plan. We've only heard clarity on those who would live in the dome cities, the igloos, Mr. Speaker. How much longer will people remain in shelter before they can move into the igloos? What is the plan? What happens in 2 years when we abandon this $6 million tent city? Where will the people go? What is the plan? On Green Turtle Key, it is reported that only students up to age 14 are being accommodated there. Those over the age, we're hearing have to catch the ferry to the mainland on very few limited dollars. How are the children who are taking their BGCSEs supposed to cope? And I did hear some commentary and some Richter scale comparison by the Minister of Education on these issues. But people are looking for more action. They're looking for expeditious action on the low-hanging fruits and the things that we can fix quickly. And they're asking, where is the plan? And what specifically will the donated funds be used for? What is the plan? The Minister of Environment and the Minister of Works at some stage talked about the government not being in the business of constructing homes. I hope that was only in relation to the Affordable Homes Bill. But I trust that.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Carmichael on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like the honourable member to tell us where the Minister of Works made that statement.
Mr. Speaker, during the debate, I'm not sure, Mr. Speaker, whether I want to respond to this, Mr. Speaker, if I might have latitude of having my time stopped. Appreciative, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure that the members indicated how or when I've been misleading or what his point really is, Mr. Speaker. But during the debate on the Affordable Homes Bill, I can say definitively that the member for Marion and the Minister of the Environment indicated that it was the government's policy. The government's policy that the government was not in the business of building houses. Now, whether the member for Carmichael saying that he is against or not in line with government policy is something that he would need to explain.
Honourable member, just a moment. In the gallery, the reporter, it is against the rules of this House, and that has been explained when we had the disturbance in this House, for any reporter to use their cell phone in this chamber and to take photographs or videos in this chamber without the approval of the chair. And so on this occasion, I request that you turn your cell phone over to the clerk and to have that portion of the video that you just recorded deleted from your cell phone. And in future, seek the permission of the chair before you are permitted and allowed to take any video footage within the chamber.
Speaker, the leader.
Honourable member for, the chair recognizes the honourable member for Mangrove Key, South and Central Andrews.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think you could have no more ardent supporter than the member, this honourable member. But Mr. Speaker, if I were to listen to your commentary just now towards members of the press, the free and living press of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas in the 21st century, Mr. Speaker, I'm taken aback by those commentary. Because at the end of the day...
What specific commentary are you taken aback by?
Speaker, if a reporter is in this place to report the stories that as they're taking place in this place, members of the office of the Prime Minister staff comes in here daily and use your phone.
Honourable member, let me stop you. Resume your seat for a moment. I specifically said that the permission of the chair must be sought and gained before you are permitted to take footage. And if you would stop for a moment and examine the rules, the rules, you would discover that even the Hansard, their rules with respect to the recordings of the Hansard, with respect to taking certain footage within this chamber. Even the Hansa is restricted within the rules.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to get into this. What I'm saying, sir. In the 21st century Bahamas, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, honorable member,
Mr. Speaker.
honorable member, I resume your seat a moment. Let me say this. Let me say this. With respect to these rules, it was, honorable member, with respect to these rules, it was made abundantly clear. It was made abundantly clear from 2017. Honorable member for Mango Key. It was made abundantly clear from 2017 that these rules should be reviewed, and requests were made by this chair on numerous occasions for the Business and Rules Committee to meet, to review and change these rules, particularly as it relates to cell phone, as it relates to the use of phones by members on their feet, with respect to social media. But I have not received any report or indication that the Rules Committee has met with respect to reviewing these rules. So we are under a circumstance where the chair must enforce the existing rules. If these rules were prepared in 2005, members of the committee at that time were the Honorable Tennyson R.G. Wells, Mr. Brent Simonet, Mr. Nico Grant, Mr. Frank Smith, and Ms. Pleasant Bridgewater. (2005). And so, honorable member for Mangrove Key, South and Central Angeles, the chair will entertain no further discussion with respect to the ruling of the chair with respect to the use of cell phones within this chamber without the approval of the chair. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Carmichael.
I rose on a point of order. And this is an honorable house with honorable members. And certainly someone I respect is speaking. And I have the highest respect for Exuma, Mr. Speaker. And I'm sure that he will withdraw his statement in relation to me.
Because the people on the ground have a lot of issues. But if the good member for Carmichael.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Foxhill on a point of order. What is the point of order?
Your commentary, Mr. Speaker. If we have the same rule, I think that the first was had the honorable.
Honorable member, may I see that book that you have in your possession? Yes, honorable member, you are correct. The rules, that rules committee, in the membership of that rule committee was the Honorable Alfred Sears, who chaired that committee, and the Honorable Frederick Mitchell, who was the deputy chairman. The honorable member for Carmichael, were you on? Oh, the chair recognizes the honorable member for the Exumas and Ragged
I
Island.
withdraw the reference to the member for Michael. I maintain the point in relation to Marathon, and I maintain that cabinet ministers support government policies, Mr. Speaker. And you know, Mr. Speaker, This, I will move on, Mr. Speaker, in relation to my presentation. I have a lot to say about those rules, Mr. Speaker, but I won't do that today. Mr. Speaker, there are many, Mr. Speaker, on the ground who feel disenfranchised. Mr. Speaker, they want to rebuild, and they're asking, will they get building supplies? And when? And how will the donated funds be spent, Mr. Speaker? Many of the people who have been impacted had no insurance and very little savings, Mr. Speaker. And they have gone out the window, Mr. Speaker, those little savings. How are they going to provide for themselves and their families as most are not working now? These are the questions, Mr. Speaker. Yet they have to pay VAT on fuel and diesel to run their generators in Abaco and Grand Bahama, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. These are questions on the ground that have presented no plan and no solutions, Mr. Speaker. So I therefore require, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm being heckled, Mr. Speaker. And I would tell you that I read the Prime Minister's speech. It was highly partisan in nature. There were a lot of nonsense about the drug era. There was not enough about the plans for the future, for the medium and the long term. These questions as it relate to the people who are suffering and frustrated on the ground, these questions were not answered. I read it, Mr. Speaker. My information, Mr. Speaker, is that relief suppliers in Abaco and Grand Bahama to date, they are being asked to pay duties to clear hurricane relief trailers. Perhaps the minister or someone on that side who speaks so loudly from their seat could clarify this. If this is the case, Mr. Speaker, then perhaps we're not asserting all of the compassion that we can. People on Abaco and Grand Bahama are wondering what will happen when the free food is done. There is no work, Mr. Speaker. What is the plan? And the people want specific plans. People are grateful to the international community, but they're unemployed still, and they're very concerned, and rightfully so. So when we come here, Mr. Speaker, people don't want to hear all of this back-patting and self-praise and political vitriolic speeches, Mr. Speaker. The people are hurting. And why those who are temporarily living in the United States who are unemployed have to fly to Nassau to apply for unemployment benefits and driver's license and other documents, and those fees are they waived? And why can't this not be facilitated at consulates abroad, like the consulate in Miami? And why is everything so hard for the worse off amongst us? It seems with this government, Mr. Speaker, I'm asking that we assert some more compassion. The Prime Minister tells the Abaconians and others living in America to come home. Come home to what? Come home and stay where? And how long will they be in shelters when they come? And what happens in 2 years after the Dome City $6 million investment is set aside and required, people are required to move? What happens then, and where do these people go? Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are so many more questions, Mr. Speaker. There are questions about the management of the landfill in Abaco and the dumping of debris on the sides of the streets in Raleigh. And there are questions about the RV city and whether there's been RFPs and there are questions, Mr. Speaker. There's so many questions and there's so much that's left unsaid. So little answers, Mr. Speaker. The people want accountability. The people want transparency. The people want compassion. And the people are saying, where is the plan? Mr. Speaker, the people on Grand Bahama want to know where their government is. There are people who have been left homeless on the island. Although you keep hearing the government narrative of very little damage in Freeport, the people on ground say this isn't quite the case. There are those whose homes have been gutted. When will relief be provided for them, or will they be asked to find money to pay rent in the areas where they were not so seriously impacted? These are questions, Mr. Speaker. Many businesses have been destroyed and unemployment has increased, and people want to know when commerce will be restored. These glowing reports of this resurgence of Port Lucaya, the people are saying, where is that resurgence? Several major stores there have not reopened and is unsure if they will. The people are saying, has this government been in contact with these employers to incentivize them to reopen? These are the questions that the people want answers to. The people want to know where this government's radar is. The people want to know when specifically the airport terminals are going to be reopened, when specifically will U.S. pre-clearance be restored. And they understand this is a process, but they want to hear the plan, Mr. Speaker. In the midst of their grief and their frustration, it would bring some relief if they at least know, Mr. Speaker, that there is a plan, Mr. Speaker. When will this plan be laid out? When will NEMA begin the distribution of building supplies? People are asking. They want to know. They hear that there's been 7.4 million collected, although the PAC is going to be asking questions about this and going to look into this and going to call for records. And I trust that the rules of this House will support that, Mr. Speaker. But we'll be asking many more questions. That's what the people want to know. We know international organizations can send container loads of materials. When will they reach the people? It's now been 2 months. People want action. When will that kick into gear? People say they want action. And they want to know when will there be further assistance for businesses. Talking about license fee waivers. I'm talking about maybe some rental waivers where it's appropriate. Help with the replacement of equipment. When will they be able to draw on this 10 million? And how will they be able to? People want information. People will get a more of a sense of comfort if there's more real and tangible information provided. They keep asking, Mr. Speaker, and I don't know whether the 7 from Abaco and Grand Bahama are satisfied with this restoration, but I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, I receive calls every day. Their constituents aren't happy. Their constituents have many, many questions. There are complaints in Grand Bahama of long lines of people complaining about estimated bills that's higher than any average that they've seen, Mr. Speaker. We call on IRCA to look into these issues. Mr. Speaker, the people of Sweeting's Key say they still have no running water. They want to know when they're going to get running water, Mr. Speaker. And people are realistic. They understand that this is a process, Mr. Speaker, but they want some timelines. They want to know, is it going to be a week? Is it going to be 6 months? Is it going to be more than 2 years, as the case in Ragged Island? The people want a sense of how and when and what. Answer those questions for the people, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what will happen with Iran when the Samaritan first leaves, Mr. Speaker? I don't know whether the Minister of Health has addressed that, although, I would say we've seen many different forms of communication from the Minister. But, those are questions that people want answers to, Mr. Speaker. You said you have 30 million earmarked from that IDB 100 million for social assistance. People are saying they're not feeling it. They're saying, where is it? They're saying, who has benefited? Will the people of Grand Bahama will ever be able to touch and feel it? These are questions. And if they are, when, Mr. Speaker? These are the questions. And in relation to that oil spill, Mr. Speaker, this is perhaps one of the worst catastrophic environmental disasters in our time, Mr. Speaker, in this country and potentially the region, Mr. Speaker. The people are asking, what's the impact on the water table? The people are asking, where is the scientific report? The people are asking, where's the outrage from this government that we saw rightfully so in relation to the Rubis issue? Where's the outrage, Mr. Speaker? That's what the people are asking. The people are asking, Mr. Speaker, The people are asking, Carmichael, whether this government is actively engaged in monitoring this process, and can they be satisfied, Mr. Speaker? Can they be satisfied that this government has this issue under control? Because they're not hearing enough, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for East Grand Bahama on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will not presume to speak for the Minister of the Environment, who has charge of this matter. But as it is in my constituency, I do want to give the member and this House and the Bahamian people, and particularly the residents of East Grand Bahama, the assurance that this member of Parliament has been very much on top of this matter. We get daily briefings on what the company is doing, the assets they have employed, the successes that they have had in recovering the spill. I think it's some 46,000 barrels of water and oil that they've collected, and they are committed. Pardon me? Well, yeah, I will admit that they can do that. We all can do a better communications job on this. And I've had this conversation with the minister, so hopefully we will have a better communication with respect to it. And I've also spoken to the company with respect to their responsibility to ensure that the residents know what is going on there, because it's not good enough, as you rightly say. It's not good enough just to do it, but you have to make sure that people are aware what is happening on the ground and the successes that you've been having. Mr. Speaker, I can't speak much more about it because I don't know where the process goes from here and what is involved. But I can say this much, that Equinor has been very upfront with the communication. They've been very forthcoming with respect to the response that they've had on the ground, up to 300 people that they've had there, and assets, recovery ships, recovery equipment, emergency equipment, the whole gamut. And they've done a fantastic job, if I may say that, in terms of cleaning up what we can see, what we know about. And I know that they are in the forest now, and they're doing cleanup in the forest. The plans, the environmental management and correction plans have been approved by the Department of the Environment and the Oil Spill Unit in particular, and they are drilling test wells now, which could not be done up until now because they didn't want to run off into these wells. So they're drilling test wells now, and I think it's already done, if I remember correctly, in the sequencing of things. So they're doing their testing on that. So I just want to give the House and the member assurance that the government of the Bahamas, the member of Parliament, is on top of that, and to the extent that there is any concern with respect to it, I will be the first, believe it, to tell you that I have concerns about what's happening there. At the moment, I am satisfied that the process is going according to industry standards and best practices, and the Ministry of Environment is on top of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful. I'm grateful to the member for East Grand Bahama for that intervention. My heart truly goes out to the people of East Grand Bahama, Mr. Speaker. I visited East Grand Bahama, and it's a very, very touching experience, Mr. Speaker. It's troubling. And the people of East Grand Bahama really want to know as well when they're going to get power. And they know it's not going to be quick, but they want to hear the plan, Mr. Speaker. But on this oil spill, catastrophic oil spill issue, Mr. Speaker, whilst I'm grateful to the member for East Grand Bahama, the Bahamian people would like to see a detailed scientific report on the issue. Mr. Speaker, this is catastrophic. And it's an enormous disaster and crisis that could impact the environment of the area for quite some time into the future, Mr. Speaker. The scientific reports can be shared with the opposition, Mr. Speaker. We would like to see those reports. And whilst we hear the verbal, we want to hear a specific, detailed report from the Ministry of Environment or the Prime Minister. We want to know, Mr. Speaker, how many barrels remain in the ground, where it's hit, where in the ground, where it's hit, Mr. Speaker. We want scientific reports as to how much of this oil remains in the ground, in the wetlands, Mr. Speaker, where it's hit the water table. That's what we want, Mr. Speaker. We want a scientific report on this issue, and we're not satisfied yet, Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding the members' reassurance. We're not satisfied that this issue is receiving the level of serious oversight that is required. We want to know, Mr. Speaker, whether there are going to be penalties, compensation in relation to this issue, Mr. Speaker. These are questions we want to know. We want answers to these questions, Mr. Speaker. And you know, whilst the Prime Minister missed me yesterday, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to hear more on these plans, Mr. Speaker. The short-term plan, the medium-term plan, and the long-term plan, Mr. Speaker. Where is the plan? Where's the action? The people want it now. And they don't expect that everything is going to be fixed now. Bahamian people are reasonable people. But they want to know what we're working with, Mr. Speaker. And I warn this government, Mr. Speaker, that the people are getting tired with what appears to be lack of focus and the lack of a plan. The people are offended, Mr. Speaker, in the midst of this issue by what they see as political partisan driven about the drug era and other such things, Mr. Speaker. They want to hear a plan, Mr. Speaker. That's what the people would like to hear. The people see a government patting itself on the back for doing the simplest things as they suffer, Mr. Speaker. The people want transparency. They want accountability. They want reporting. They want to hear what the plan is. And most importantly, they want to see more compassion, Mr. Speaker. So the people want this government to get beyond the anecdotal stories. Get beyond describing the problems, Mr. Speaker. We know what the problems are. We want to have a plan. We know this is bad for us, Mr. Speaker. And there's no time for spin and petty politics and games as we've been hearing, Mr. Speaker. And the people of Ragged Island, Mr. Speaker, they see the RVs going into Abaco, and their member of parliament has been saying for a long time, we don't need a brand new building to have schools. There are buildings that we have refurbished where you can have schools. Provide some teachers, Mr. Speaker. And there is a building that we have repaired that can be used as a makeshift clinic, Mr. Speaker. Provide a nurse. That's the kind of focus we want to see to these issues, Mr. Speaker. That's what we want to see. That's what the people would want to see. Mr. Speaker, I'm always grateful. I'm always grateful to the people of Exuma and the Exuma Keys to speak on their behalf. And I'm always grateful to the forgotten people of Ragged Island, Mr. Speaker, to address these issues on their behalf. And I say to them that this Friday, Mr. Speaker, at 4:30 p.m., I will be on the ground in Ragged Island, Mr. Speaker, and we will be holding a town meeting for all of the residents and all of the fishermen on the ground in Ragged Island. And we invite all to attend as we speak about restoration, as we speak about expanding the fishing industry, as we talk about the community center, as we talk about the hurricane shelter, Mr. Speaker. I invite all residents to be there and attend that town meeting on Friday at the Anglican Church in Ragged Island at 4:30 p.m. Mr. Speaker, may God bless the people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Honourable members, At this time, I wish to recognize a group of young parliamentarians who will be preparing for the Youth Parliament on Friday morning. Can you all stand for us, please? Just before we proceed in the debate at this time, I will call on the Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Member for Tall Pines, and after the Honourable Member for Tall Pines, the Member for Seabreeze, who has responsibility for youth in the Bahamas, will be called on to welcome our young people. Thank you very much. You may have a seat. The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Tall Pines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank you for this opportunity on your behalf as the Speaker of this Honourable House to welcome these wonderful young men and women of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, Mr. Speaker. Every year, the Ministry of Youth and Sports and Culture organizes Youth in Parliament, and they grace us with their presence here. And Mr. Speaker, I know you will have the opportunity on Friday to welcome them and to present them in this honorable house. Speaker, I just wish to say very quickly that we wish to congratulate many members will be aware of just a few months ago. Myself, the member for Exuma, the member for Fox Hill, and the member for South Abaco, Central and South Abaco. No, you were in Trinidad. And Chester, member for Exuma, and Ragadana. We attended a conference in Trinidad and Tobago, the CPA Regional Conference. And at that conference, Mr. Speaker, the Bahamas, from among dozens of youth parliamentarians, we participated in that regional youth in Parliament, Mr. Speaker, and the Bahamas placed second and third in that particular youth in Parliament, that regional. And so we want to congratulate Mr. Joyce Brennan from Freetown and Mrs. Indira Wells of Long Island. They would have placed second and third, respectively. And that demonstrates not only to this country, but the region, the wealth of knowledge and the expertise, I would say, that our young people have with respect to parliamentary procedures and debates. We also wish to mention, Mr. Speaker, as we celebrate 290 years of parliamentary democracy in the Bahamas, just a few weeks ago, we ourselves celebrated it. And we wanted to, Mr. Speaker, carry on that celebration. And in that regard, I would have been privileged to present to these young persons, along with the member for Baines and Grantstown, just yesterday, talking to them about Parliament and their role. And I took the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, on your behalf to present a presentation that I would have presented to McGill University a few weeks ago on the parliamentary system in the Bahamas. And I think that the members enjoyed the presentations, both by myself and the member for Baines and Grantstown. And Mr. Speaker, one of the interesting things that they had lots of questions, and one of the things that they mentioned was about women issues. Most of the questions, I would say, Mr. Speaker, was about women issues, and which you addressed a few minutes ago, the rules of the South. And I know they weren't here, and we had to discuss a few minutes ago, but and I was privileged to mention these topics to the member for Seabreeze, who will address them. And I want to assure, particularly the young women among them, that we in this Parliament, and I think I speak for the Bahamas at large, we look forward to your participation and seeing you seated in these very seats in greater numbers in the very, very near future. And so we congratulate you. We look forward to hearing and seeing you on Friday. And we say that you are the future of the Bahamas, and you will be here representing us in the very near future. So we look forward to seeing you on Friday. Congratulations again.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Seabreeze.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Speaker, with your leave, arise to bear short communication with respect to the Youth Division, an integral arm of the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture. Mr. Speaker, it is with great pleasure that I stand here this morning to present to this honorable House a group of honorable young men and women nominated by their teachers and youth organizations, now appointed as the 2019 Commonwealth of the Bahamas Youth Parliamentarians. Mr. Speaker, I wish to acknowledge, first of all, ministry heads that are here with us in the person of Undersecretary Mr. Montez Williams and Acting Undersecretary Ms. Renee Bullard. Mr. Speaker, leading this group, or leading the technical head of this group and leading this group of youth that are here is the head of the youth division in the person of Ms. Sandina Neely, Mr. Speaker, who is the consultant of the youth division and who heads the team there. Mr. Speaker, believe it or not, such a large contingent here today. Ms. Neely has only been on the job for 4 weeks, but has been doing an exceptional job. She is a former youth parliamentarian herself and former co-chair of the National Youth Advisory Committee. Indeed, she is a welcomed addition to the ministry, and I must hasten to add, Mr. Speaker, that the government has made it a priority to strengthen the human resources of the youth division, and for this, the young people of the Bahamas are grateful. Mr. Speaker, also supporting our youth are other members of the Youth Committee, including Pastor Shamron Monroe, and some of the hard-working and dedicated officers of the Youth Division, inclusive of Carla Brown Roca, Youth Officer from Grand Bahama, Rastanero Thompson, Lauren Hasty, and last, Alexia Roll, Mr. Speaker, who is a part of the government's direct initiative to bring degreed young persons into the public service. Mr. Speaker, having obtained your gracious approval, this esteemed group of upcoming legislators will prepare to conduct a debate in this very place on Friday, the 27th of October 2019, commencing at 9 a.m. Members of the Youth Parliament will engage in what is expected to be a riveting debate on the resolutions of climate change and cyberbullying. Mr. Speaker, our youth reportedly comprise about 60% of the population here in the Bahamas. Hence, it is not only necessary, but imperative that we create ways and means for their voices to be heard and identify and create opportunities for them to add to the national discussion and to make their contributions, thereby making a difference for the betterment of our nation. Mr. Speaker, young people matter. Young people have much to offer, and young people are making a difference at home and abroad. Every October in the Bahamas, we observe National Youth Month with a host of effective events that serve to highlight the positive contributions of youth, their talents, their struggles, and their dreams. Mr. Speaker, as a government, we want to hear them, and this is the time our nation pauses to give them our undivided attention. By proclamation of the Honorable Member for Killarney, our Prime Minister, the Most Honorable Dr. Hubert Minnis, this year's celebrations are being held under the theme, Globally Connected, Locally Focused. Mr. Speaker, the youth are wearing their pins, Mr. Speaker, as a memorable piece that they can use for the rest of their lives, and they won't forget it, that they were a part of Youth Parliament, and the theme was globally connected, locally focused. The youth parliamentarians, Mr. Speaker, that are before this honorable House today, they range from ages 17 to 25 years. They hail from islands across the length and breadth of the Bahamas, including, Mr. Speaker, believe it or not, Abaco and Grand Bahama. And I hasten to add, Mr. Speaker, as far as Inagua is in the House. Notwithstanding the tragedy that struck our nation by Hurricane Dorian, directly impacting families and young people on those two islands, that is Abaco and Grand Bahama, as the House Chaplain, Deacon Palacios, declared yesterday during the opening of our afternoon sitting, we will be determined. Mr. Speaker, it would be remiss of me not to remind this House that every member here will be represented by a youth parliamentarian. It is apparent, Mr. Speaker, that these young people understand their duty and the duties of all of us to be strong in the face of hardship and tragedy, and to be better and not bitter, and rise up to do our part in building a better Bahamas. Today, they are here to observe for a period the proceedings of this Honorable House, in respect of which they have been engaged in training with the Honorable Travis Robinson, member for Bain and Grantstown, the youngest member of this honorable place, and Honorable Donald Saunders, Deputy Speaker of the House. The cohort is expected to continue their training with the Honorable Clerk of the House and will make ready to conduct a live debate via ZNS Channel live stream on Facebook at the Division of Youth 242. Youth Parliament was held, Mr. Speaker, for the last 22 years. It gives young men and women of our country a front seat for possible participation in the work of the second arm of government, the legislature. Provides a platform to advance propositions on behalf of their peers and to share from the seat of Parliament their perspectives of youth with respect to topical issues or matters that affect them and by extension the country. It is expected that the direct experience of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, during the Youth Parliament session will further engage the minds of our young people, promote positive dialogue between peers, raise awareness of the plight of our young demographic, and lay before the records of this House the contributions of youth. On behalf of the youth parliamentarians, Mr. Speaker, and on behalf of the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture, I wish to thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the honorable members of this House for permitting the National Youth Debate, and welcome all members to observe the lively forum on Friday commencing at 10 a.m. I also invite members here and members of the public to join us at the remainder of the Youth Month activities, chief among them being the National Youth Awards, scheduled for this evening at Atlantis Resort at 7 p.m. Limited invitations are with the Division of Youth. The National Youth March, scheduled to be held this Sunday, 27th of October, for which participants, albeit individuals or organizations, must be registered with the Division of Youth. Our Youth Development Through the Arts program will be presenting a production entitled Struggles and Dreams on Friday, 1st of November at 8 p.m. at the Dundas Art Center, Center for the Performing Arts. And the Youth Band Encounter, scheduled to be held next week, Sunday, the 3rd of November at 4 p.m. just outside these precincts in Rawson Square. Our youth would greatly appreciate, Mr. Speaker, the support of as many members at some period of the debate, including parents and well-wishers of the public. I especially invite, Mr. Speaker, members of the opposition to join us as we hold hands to speak with one voice in support of the youth of our nation, Mr. Speaker. Globally connected, locally focused. Mr. Speaker, I present to you the youth parliamentarians, and it would be remiss of me not to mention, Mr. Speaker, that we have Hannah Miller, who is representing Kalani. Is Hannah here? Hannah Miller, who is representing Kalani. Mr. Speaker, Frandisha or St. Sean Ford, who is representing Seabreeze. Seabreeze wants to know. Sean Ford. And then we have for East Grand Bahama, we have Skylar Simonet. And then finally, Mr. Speaker, I won't leave out the opposition. I will just point out Ajane Pinder, who is representing Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador. Mr. Speaker, the Youth Parliamentarians 2019, I do thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members. I had no idea that the greetings would be so extensive. And in that regard, I would now invite a member from Her Majesty's official opposition to bring greetings and to welcome our youth parliamentarians. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Angliston.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, we want to join with members of the government in welcoming and commending these young people who are here today, those who will be participating in the Youth Parliament. I hope Engliston is in there somewhere. Powerhouse. But, Mr. Speaker, watch that for Charlotte. But, Mr. Speaker, you know, our young people, you know, they keep saying they're the future, and we use all these cliches to describe the young people of this country and of the world, really. And truthfully, you know, to a large extent, I'm not being critical because it's all of us. We are sort of not really embracing the talents, youth, and energy and genius of our young people. Yes, the genius of our young people. Truthfully, the potentiality of our young people is really, the surface of it is only being touched. And now, of course, you need the entire spectrum of reality. You need the older persons, the middle-aged, and even our elders. Respect our elders. They represent, they're the forerunners of our ancestors. We must respect every person in the spectrum. But our young people, especially today, you know, my daughter always says, what young people can do today, or what they will do tomorrow, is even beyond what we can imagine, what I can imagine. It is just fathomless. And I was listening to something the other day, Mr. Speaker, and it was saying that when we say we're only human, we say that to describe our infallibilities and our limitations. But in fact, it should be a way of describing our great potentiality. And our young people represent our great potentiality. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage the young people of this country and those who are here today to do all that you can to tap into who you are and what you are. To be courageous in your vision, in your thought processes, and don't be afraid to seek to shape the future. Seek to shape the future of our country. I want to encourage young people to integrate themselves more meaningfully in the process. You know, they used to say with women, when we're involved, they're sort of like a token presence, and the young people, a token presence. I don't want no young people in this country being no token presence. Make your energies felt, but not make it felt, but do so understanding that you have a place on the spectrum, as do all generations. So I don't want no one telling me, as I hear sometimes, that I must go sit down because I'm old. Because, so, I old. And we must respect our elders. So you have to understand your role has no greater presence than any other role. But I'm inviting you to fully realize your presence and where you need to be at this time in our history. We need you. And you have to do it with an uprightness and with a sense of responsibility. And take it forward, take it forward. So, Mr. Speaker, I feel hopeful for our country because our young people will represent the great future of this country. And when you engage in debate in the Parliament, Mr. Speaker, when they engage the Speaker, I hope that they do so in a way in which does not, forgive me, come with the ice cream script, but that you have informed new ideas. That is that. Exuma to bring it? I believe English will bring that. Informed ideas and dialogue. Because I know you can think. I know you can think. And that is what we want to see in that Parliament. So if you got to go back today and rehash that script, go ahead and do that. Because when we listen on Friday, we want to hear brilliance. We want to hear who you are and what you are. And what you bring to the table. And so, Speaker, we celebrate this month. This is a great month for celebrating our young people, and we look forward to this integrating into the rest of the year, into the future, where our young people begin to energize our national development. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, member. I look forward to Friday morning. As a matter of fact, all day Friday. And I believe on Friday, we will discover that something good can come out of Nassau Village. With that, as many, we can continue our debate. Oh, the chair. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Angleton.
Speaker, you look so happy. I thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I rise on behalf of the people of Angleton just to contribute very briefly to this bill. And I also do so, I stand in solidarity with the people of Abaco and Grand Bahama. And the member for Exuma and Ragged Island has really very capably encompassed the argument in its fullness. And so what I say will just be supplemental and supportive of what he has said. And as he's indicated, we do support the legislation. The only concern I would have, and I believe he raised it also, excuse me, is we have to ensure full scrutiny because this is a very sensitive period and exercise, understanding the complexities of, particularly in Abaco, what happened there, to ensure that people who receive passports are able to fully support and verify their nationality, and that Bahamians, they'll be able to access passports in the most expeditious way. Speaker, also the member for Ragged Island, Exuma, also spoke about Ragged Island, and we cannot forget Ragged Island. 2 years later, they were hit by Irma. They were devastated. People have dispersed all over the place from Ragged Island. As you know, Ragged Islanders are very proud people. They love their island. Those who don't live there go back. And so it is a place that has meaning to the psyche of the people of Ragged Island. And the fact that it has been in shambles and there's been, from what we can see, no attention given in 2 years to Ragged Island is very distressing, not just for this member of parliament, people of Ragged Island, but to Bahamians in general. And I want to encourage the government that as they move towards reconstruction, that they ensure that Ragged Island is fully integrated into that. It has already been an egregious delay, 2 years. 2 years, it's just unfathomable. I hope this does not give us an idea of what to expect in Abaco and Grand Bahama. And so I just want to, again,
I'm worried.
Yep. and Mr. Speaker, on the issue of the oil spill, the member has spoken to it, the member for East Grand Bahama. We thank the member for East Grand Bahama for its comprehensive report. We were happy that it was initiated by the comments of the member for Exuma, but it should not come like that. The member for Marathon, who's the Minister of the Environment, should be giving frequent briefings, particularly to Grand Bahamians, so they understand whether the water's at risk, whether there's risk to the environment. There's some serious environmentalists in Grand Bahama who have been speaking to this. And so this silence is really unjustifiable. The international media is bringing up scrutiny to it, and we here in the Bahamas could hardly get a piece of information about what is happening, and that's not correct. And the member for Marathon, Mr. Speaker, you'll recall, was a great advocate in the issue of the Rubus oil spill in Marathon. And he's now the Minister of the Environment, and we can't hear him. And I have a concern about that, and I want to encourage him to reinvigorate that passion he had for the environment prior to the general elections, and to bring that to the table now for the people of East Grand Bahama, because they are concerned. We were there, and people are concerned. And there's another issue in the Long Island issue, and I'm going to come back to that another time. But the boat that sank in Long Island, the member of Parliament is here, and I know he had a certain view of what was happening, and then there was the official view, and we still have a concern about the current status, but I'll come back to that, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, as the member for Exuma and Ragged Island has indicated, in this debate we have heard, and I just want to use one word, there's a lot of defensiveness. And governance comes with taking, you're on the front line, you gotta take your blows, and you have to face your reality. We have our reality, you have yours. So you cannot be defensive in the face of facing criticism or concerns. You must take it and bring solutions. But we found that instead of that, there's been a lot of politics. The member for Kalani has done a lot of that. And I had to post on social media yesterday, Mr. Speaker, that old script that the Prime Minister Kalani is engaging in is not cutting it, because that worked before general election when people didn't know better, but now they know better. And they're looking for solutions. And so this is what we've seen. We've seen a defensiveness, we've seen politics, And then, of course, and as the member of Exum has indicated, there's been a lot of self-praise. We're so this and we're so that. But you may think so. And, but you don't think that you look in the mirror, no one is prettier than you are. But the people of Abaco and Grand Baham who lost everything, who have nothing, whose lives have been totally dismantled, really don't have patience for that, and they're not impressed by that. And it doesn't mean that you might not be doing things. But this is not the time for us to hear how great thou art. But this is not the time. What we want to know is what is it that we're going to do to help people who, through no fault of their own, whose lives have been put into a disarray by a natural disaster. And we know it is not a simple issue because it is a mass destruction. So what I want to encourage the government to do is to move forward now without, as we've heard, describing the problem, praising yourself, getting political about what the PLP did pre-2017, and to now, as best you can, put a structured, clear plan so people have an understanding of what the expectations are. I think if people had that, this situation would be a lot more manageable for them because right now it is like Nowheresville and they don't know where the solutions will come, Mr. Speaker. On the issue of the airport in Abaco, the Leonard M. Thompson Airport, I spoke recently about concerns that some security officers had there. And I think the minister who's not here responded. But I am told that since that back and forth between the minister and myself and members of the security officers, that the government has now agreed to extend certain benefits to those who decided to stay in Abaco. And I want to thank the government for that because it is this level of sensitivity that we are inviting you to have. It's not an easy situation, but if you have a level of sensitivity, not just for the public at large, but in particular to those who are public workers, like the airport workers, like police officers, like defense force officers, they're on the front line, and we have to be careful that we don't see them just as instruments, but as people also who have a very high duty, and that we give them all the support that we can. And on the issue of, so I'm told the Marsh Harbor Airport, the Leonard M. Thompson International Airport, will be up and running very soon. And that will be good because that will begin to create an inflow and outflow in that island. And I think that will fuel progress. Airports fuel development, stir up economic activity. And so the sooner that happens, it's better. And the same is for the Freeport Airport because that airport is not taking international flights right now, and it's just adding to the devastation. The sooner that airport gets up and running, and pressure as we put on the Grand Bahama Port Authority, because we've already seen that they don't have a sense of urgency, or Hutchinson, Wampo, whoever it is, some sense of urgency in that regard. And I think the government has to ensure they put tremendous pressure on them to get that airport up and running and create economic activity for the people in that island. And on the issue of airport, I just want to throw in here, Arthurstown Airport, that's been shut down now for almost a year. No conversation, no discussion with the local community. That's very wrong for that to happen. If you're going to shut down an airport, the minister and the government should have a conversation with people in that community. I am told, Mr. Speaker, that it is costing between, how much is it, Cat Island? How much is it to travel, for pensioners to travel? About $200, which is almost equivalent to a ticket from Cat Island to Nassau. For the government to just surreptitiously shut down an airport without having a dialogue with the community is utterly disgraceful. And I think that there has to be some level of accountability. We were told that we should shut down Arthurstown Airport. We made a decision not to do it. Not to do it because we understood the importance of the needs of the people of that community, Mr. Speaker. And so, Speaker, I want to say to the minister who's not here and to the government, the Prime Minister is here. Open up Arthurstown Airport. It's not right to shut that down without a dialogue. You have to, there are some potholes in the runway, fix them. Fix the runway, Mr. Speaker. But to leave that airport shut, this is the first time in how many years? How many years? First time, how many years? 50 years? First time in 50 years, this government has, and that is affecting, and you know, Speaker, what I found is that in Arthurstown, in the north of Cat Island, you have a lot of resorts, you have a lot of economic activity, and you shut down the airport. It's not right. And people of Cat Island, I was down there this week, and I can tell you, the member for Golden Gates was there, and I can tell you, well, the speaker will protect me at some point when my voice goes away. I'm sure he will.
Honorable members. I've admitted a certain amount of heckling because your members were heckling you across the.
I'm sure you have a very good reason for me working hard and norm in this parliament. Thank you, Speaker.
You do a good job.
Thank you, Speaker. And so, Speaker, the airports stimulate economic activity. Cat Island is an island that has Bahamians, our citizens, and this government has shut down that airport without one explanation. It is so disrespectful to the people of that community, Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, the same applies for the schools.
Honorable members.
Speaker, you know, I was meditating the other day, and I served as a minister twice in government, and I'm watching this administration. When there are failings in the system, don't take it personally, you know, fix it. I'm getting a sense that the members who hold portfolios believe that they internalize this issue. So, Speaker, you know, I want them to stop that, because you only hold a post. You are not the post. And don't take it personally. Fix it. That's all you have to do. That airport in Arthurstown, give me a break, Southern Shores. The airport in Arthurstown should be open, and there should be an explanation. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you do it. It was open. It was open. That just closed under your watch, Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, so I'm seeing a little signal like this from the money man across the way, Mr. Speaker. But I can tell you, if you can find, we are an archipelago, and we have uneven development, and airports stimulate development, and you should, and that is, the north is where you have so much economic activity in Cat Island, and you should support those resorts, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, and so, Mr. Speaker, I want to just, as I indicated, I thought the member for Exuma and Ragged Island very ably encapsulated the argument for the opposition. We do not oppose for opposing sake. We've supported more bills than we've not supported. We have the right not to support what we are not aligned to politically or morally or constitutionally, and that is our right, which included the Commercial Enterprises Act, which gave citizenship, not citizenship, work permits at large in this country without going through a process of scrutiny. So that we have the right to not support. And in fact, I'm sure that we probably have supported more bills than the Free National Movement supported over this end, because that was really what the Prime Minister described was really what the FNM in opposition did. But we, by and large, support the agenda of the government, where it's not, we do not consider it offensive. And we've explained our objection to this, to the other Speaker, not this. We support the Speaker. We're supporting this, Kalani. So, thank you, yes. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to end by saying, Mr. Speaker, that it would be, I would invite the government to, as the member for Exuma asked, and we asked, and I'm sure others will ask, we'd like a defined plan to say what it is that's going to happen, timelines, if as much as possible, without tying you in such a constrained way, but so people have an understanding of what is being proposed. I call again for people-centered livelihood and reconstruction interventions, such as income replacement, housing support, etc. I know you're doing the dome houses, but these things have to be accelerated. I saw a gentleman in one of the TV stations last night, and he was saying that he came back to Arbor. He said, "Can't come back to what?" He said, "There's nothing." And I mean, he had so much distress in his voice, it was just compelling. And, we're on the outside looking in because we have our comfortable homes and we live in the good life. But the people from those communities are suffering in a way in which it is unimaginable. And so I just want to invite us to always keep that in mind as we accelerate our efforts and respond to our people who are simple, innocent victims of a massive natural disaster, Mr. Speaker. And I'm also inviting government-centered interventions to restore and reconstruct infrastructure and reassess building codes and zones. and get on with the roads and the docks, etc. The Prime Minister, you have indicated that you will lay on the table the IDB document. We did not support that. It's not because we don't care about people. It's not because we don't want to see Abaco redeveloped. It's not because we don't want to see Grand Bahama redeveloped. We did not support it because the documents provided did not even indicate what the small print was, what ties were attached. That's still to this date not being laid. We'd like it laid. And furthermore, we all know IDB has procedures and processes. We are now 7 weeks in. I don't know if $1 yet. The argument made is that you'd have this immediate mobilization. Well, where's the immediate mobilization? We're 7 weeks in. And frankly, it should have, if it was immediate, it should have come before now. And so we would like that IDB document laid with its attachments, and so that we are able to have a level of transparency as to what it is. It's not enough for the member of Kalani to come in here and you know, the truth is Bahamians aren't buying it, I don't think, Mr. Speaker. But you're coming in here, you're talking about how we got this and we're so this and we do this, but the evidence is on the ground. And that is what we're dealing with, Mr. Speaker, the evidence on the ground. It's a tough time, but this is what is needed out to you. Stand tall, get it done. But don't come in here and come with your politics and your this and your that, your distractions and diversions. We'd like to know what it is that's going to happen for the people who are being displaced, traumatized, who've lost everything as soon as possible. You have the resources of the state. You have the government authority to do it. That is why we are making demands on you. It's not personal. Don't get defensive. Just get it done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As many? The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Centerville.
On a point of order, Mr. Speaker, and I'm just referencing the rules, the House rules, section 13, and
Section 13?
yeah, that's what it says here. Page 13, committees, sessional committees.
Yes.
And you know, I just wanted to. I know we spoke about the House rules earlier, and you would have appointed 7 committees over 2 years ago. And I just wanted to know if there is some timeline that we can expect a report from these committees, notwithstanding the fact that one of the committees is the Public Treasury Committee, which is supposed to report on the status or the state of the public treasury. And so I just wanted to, wanted members to understand how important these committees are to the proper functioning, not only of the Parliament, but our country. So if you could, I mean, you appointed the committee, so maybe you could suggest to them some sort of timeline as to when they will bring some reports to the House. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. While it is true that the Speaker appointed those committees, the Speaker's mandate does not include directing those committees. And those committees are fundamental to the work of the Parliament. And those committees should be meeting and reporting to the Parliament. And I'm of the view that we need to step up the functioning of those committees, particularly the House Rules and Business Committee and the Public Accounts Committee. Those committees are fundamental to the work of this Parliament. And so I would expect, we are basically at the halfway point now, that we should be receiving some reports from the various committees. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for East Grand Bahama.
I want to just respond to the one point that the member raised in respect to the committees. And you will be aware, Mr. Speaker, that these are sessional committees, meaning they extend it through the term.
Yes.
And so theoretically you have 5 years in which to report. In respect to the Treasury in particular, yeah, session, yeah. With respect to the public treasury, Mr. Speaker, we report effectively on that every year when we do the budget. Now, there's not the committee itself, but the state of the treasury, we explain that, in fact, twice a year. And with the implementation of the Fiscal Responsibility Act, we'll actually report on it 4 times a year. So I get the members' point that the committee itself has not issued a report, but I just want to make clear that with respect to the finances of the country, they are very transparent, and we report on those every quarter from the Ministry of Finance itself, and as well as the Fiscal Responsibility Act now requires a fiscal council that will also have oversight and input into the management and the transparency and disclosure of all of the fiscal measures. We are putting in place a debt management office that will also be required to publish certain metrics. And so the information that he seeks certainly is available, and just to help and make sure that we don't have any concerns. I have no difficulty in convening that committee just to go through it, but it is public information, and there's nothing to hide in that regard. The committee is pretty much the information that the committee will disclose. The information that the committee will disclose is available to the public.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Tall Pines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just on that point, because I wonder if, point of order, responsive to the member for Centerville, I don't know if he was also referring to his, I know the member would have tabled several petitions. I just want him to know, and the House to know, Mr. Speaker, that as chairman of that committee, I have emailed copies of his petition to various members, and then the intention was to meet shortly after we returned from the break. However, the hurricane would have, caused us to put more emphasis on relief. So I just want the good member for Centerville to know that with regards to the items which falls under the Statutory Instruments Committee, that we are reviewing your petitions, and we intend to meet within the next week or two to give a response. And also add that I do share his sentiments with regards to committee work issues.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As many, the chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Mango Key, South and Central Andrews.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I would like to commence my comments on the hurricane during the replacement of government-issued documents exemption from fees bill 2019. But before I get into my very brief comments, I would like to also join the member for Seabury and the honourable member for Angliston in celebrating the youth in Parliament that is to convene in this honourable place on Friday coming, and to say to our young people, we wish them the very best in their presentation, in their representation, as they are the future and the building blocks of our beloved Commonwealth. Mr. Speaker, I must also preface my comments by noting the fact that there are some concerning comments on development on the ground in my constituency, namely in Central Andros. We must consider the poor road conditions that our people must traverse virtually daily. In South Central, from the Andros Town International Airport to Coakley Bight. I was just there on Sunday past and met with some prospective investors. And their main concern was the condition of our roads and how horrendous they are. And then, just recently, we also saw the development, the same thing occurring with leading political figures, and also once again, as we are now about to see the opening of a $8 to $10 million hotel development being reopened in South Andros. The same plight was once again presented to me as the sitting member of Parliament on the real terrible road conditions in the community of South Andros from Drakes to the Mars Bay. I call on the government to once again listen to the plight of my beloved constituents, as this is also the White Crown pigeon shooting season, and also we are now about to see the opening of the world-renowned bone fishing season, when many investors and also visitors will be coming to our beloved hometown. Not only for them, but for my everyday consider, Mr. Speaker, from Drakes to the Mars Bay or from Coakley Bight to Andros Town, who must suffer through these real, terrible conditions daily on our streets. Voices like the Reverend Hamilton and Doyle Eden and Sabrina Johnson and others, who must take people in their taxis or in South Andros. The bus drivers go through the same plight. Mr. Speaker, quickly, In Fresh Creek, I must also note I want to thank Mrs. Miller, who came to one of our local citizens, very concerned about the condition of the Fresh Creek Bridge. The member for Carmichael and myself would have been in the Central Andros community some months ago. At that time, he promised that he would look into either developments to improve the bridge in Central Andros. I couldn't finish my point.
Honorable member, are you seeking for the member to yield?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
The
Speaker,
chair recognizes the honorable member for Carmichael.
the honorable member is quite correct. There are challenges in Fresh Creek Bridge. I want to be able to say to him that a consultancy has been engaged by the Ministry of Public Works with respect to the designing of a bridge for you. The first bridge, there are 5 bridges that have to be built in Andros. The contract for the signing of the first bridge is going to happen on the 8th of November. That's the bridge in Stanley Creek. And that's what I indicated to you yesterday, that I'm going to be inviting you to be there. The Fresh Creek Bridge will be next, and then the Stafford Creek Bridge. And then you have 2 bridges down in South Andros that you and I are going to have to look at and make some determinations. I think that's important for me to be able to share with you as a colleague.
Thank you, Honorable. Chair recognizes the honorable member for Mangrove Key.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've always shown some deference to the member for Carmichael. We go way back. And sometimes when he broadsides me here and there, but I always accept those broadsides. But the fact of the matter is that he was very much preemptive in his getting up this morning on the point of information and everything else. But I thank him on behalf of my hard-working people and those who have endured much in the community of Andros. I want to thank you so publicly. I must also say that recently we've had the developments with the with the carbon monoxide poisoning. And once again, hopefully we could get a member for Elizabeth to jump up and say the same thing. When we can have a medical doctor that could be resident in our community of South, Central, or Mangrove Key, Andros. A stone's throw away from the capital city of New Providence, of Nassau, pardon me, which includes the city of Nassau. But once again, there's no doctor that is resident in my district of Central, Mangrove Key, or Deep South Andros today as I stand in this hallowed place. Mr. Speaker, that is a crying shame for a community that is so close to the city. And our people have been long and most forbearing in this matter. So today, I now say, Mr. Speaker, the time has come. So for us in the community of South Andros that I've traveled here this weekend, to have a doctor that our people can go to at night or any other time to seek medical assistance. Finally, before I make my brief comments on the bill, also the good member for Long Island is here, one who I think would be here many years when I would have been gone. We still anticipate that he, as the good member for Carmichael, will be coming into Central Andros. He's starting in his birthplace, which is Stanley Creek, his hometown area first. I respect that. But I also hope that he would then allow myself and the member for Long Island to go to South and bring some relief and complete the potable water system in South Andros that my people have been waiting for many years. Because he had promised and made a public proclamation that within 6 months,
member,
that
the member for Long Island.
The reverse osmosis program would be completed in South Andros, so we're still waiting for that to hear some word on the potable water system for the community of South Andros.
Are you prepared to yield for the member?
Yeah, I'll be glad to.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Long Island.
Thank you, honorable member. Mr. Speaker, the corporation has done about 85 to 90% of the works in South Andros with respect to the water mains. And I've told the member for Central and South, or for Andros, South Andros, to just be a little patient. We have to pave a road to the new water plant. And so we've just completed negotiations as a part of the overall package for the waterworks. And so everything is not going to happen overnight, but we are working hard at it. And you can be comfortable in knowing, member for South Andros, through the Speaker, that we are getting that done.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I must say, Mr. Speaker, after hearing the comments from the member for Carmichael, my friend, the young member from Long Island who has many years here. And I must say, if you go 2 for 3, that is not so bad for batting average. Yankee could have won the World Series. So it is against that backdrop, Mr. Speaker, I'll make my very brief comments. Mr. Speaker, at the outset, I note the fact that we on the opposition side stand with no major objection to this reference bill. We are glad to hear of the possible relief for people in our fair land. It was just a few weeks ago, but just over 2 weeks ago, I was with the leader of our party, member for Angleston, and other members of our team as we landed at the Cherokee Airport in the Abacos. And the sights driving into the what we call the town community, harrowing and disheartening, challenging to see. The level of dereliction and just to see the old administration building back in my time in the banks, where the Broadcasting Corporation used to have an office years ago. And then to take the boat over in the rain to Hopetown, was it, Mr. Leader? Hopetown, and to see the hundreds of gasoline containers on the dock that is virtually being keyed up or pushed up by some wood and some other elements in that community. From there we moved on quickly to Manawaki, where we saw some of the same, many boats up on the land and wreckage, debris all over the place. But I would have thought, Mr. Speaker, as I listened to the member for Kalani yesterday, amidst all of the challenges our country is facing, I thought his address yesterday would have been one that would have been more holistic and to bring us as a people together instead of throwing some level of what they call throwing mud for the most part. Yeah, sure. I thought the member for Kalani should have stepped a little higher in his presentation yesterday. I am one of those persons who is an institutionalist, a nationalist, a patriot, who believe at the end of the day I want to see the best for the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, that there are times when we in this place must go beyond the partisan political divide and speak to the greater good in the Bahamian people. And in my view, the member for Kalani cut short in that regard yesterday. Here's a member that I respect and I like, the member for Kalani, but there are times when you got to put aside those things that are in your script that is written for you to say. And then you must speak for the good of our country. Stay right there. Don't let them I know the fact that the member, I will have the member for North Abaco, a good church friend of mine, that we go way back, Mr. B.G. Clark is watching in the Turks and Caicos Islands. The member for Kalani yesterday, he spoke by himself yesterday. He didn't want to speak when all of us spoke last week. He spoke by himself. He's the Prime Minister, the first among equals. I understand these things. And so he spoke by himself, had his full day. And you hear what he said yesterday, but remember for St. Anne, to say he heard that they could go on you one and come with you the next. Don't forget this me, you know. But the member for Kalani noted, Mr. Albury and all of the other persons from Manawaki. I am saying to the member for Kalani, as the Honorable Prime Minister, I would want also to hear about those Edgecombs and the Smiths and the Rose and the Coopers on the mainland. They heard you too yesterday, and you paid all the respects and all the deference and all the this and that to the people of Manawaki primarily, but also the people on the mainland and Marsh, Abbadundas and Moipitown, Cherokee. The everyday fellow on the mainland want to hear their names called too. Going forward, Mr. Speaker, the concern is, what is the plan? What is the plan? I leave it there. I'm not going to go any further. All I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, is that the people all over the Abacos and Grand Bahama want to know what is the plan. Persons have been dislocated. They've come to live in New Providence. This is real. For me as a hometown boy, this is what it is. The hurricane came, persons were dislocated, they root up, they came to Nassau. The first week or two, people are glad, your cousins and your family are glad to have you in their house. They have no problem with that. Right. After 2 weeks, they get tired of you. They go rent a car for you, they go rent a place for you. And as a matter of fact, what is the most disturbing, the price of the rent even over the hill going up almost double. real talk. And after a while, patience begin to wear thin. Your cousin say you're drinking too much Kool-Aid. This one saying you're bathing too long. This one say you're using too much hot water. Y'all know the story. I saw the woman in the post the other day. And what is happening in New Providence now, Mr. Speaker, you watch the congestion. I live east, you coming out, you gotta leave east in the morning. Well, almost everyone on the governing side live west on top of the hill. But the fact I live east, but if we look at it, Mr. Speaker, you coming from east after 9 o'clock in the morning, and there's still major traffic congestion. You know why? Because most of the cars have been rented in this town. Cousins and family, after they get tired of you, South Beach, they ain't want you in their house every day no longer. So now people are renting cars, all the rental cars are gone, and we got to find a way now so that people who ain't have no real taxi license don't use these yellow car plates to go hacking all day. Also, that's another problem we're finding, that we're also finding in our country. Persons are also using these yellow plates. It's unfortunate. I know people got to make a living. Well, the fact of the matter is we got to find a way to fix it. And so the fact of the matter, you can't use a little small little yellow car with a plate. I know things to the top, North Abaco. To go hacking all day anywhere. We got to fix that. And so, but I'm saying, I want us to be balanced, use some level of equanimity in this whole process. To be sober. I don't lock them up. They just come from Abaco, dislocated. They want to make a living. Things still tight in town. I understand that. But at the end of the day, the law is the law. We must apply the law. Quickly, Mr. Speaker, I haven't had a chance to visit Grand Bahama. I plan to do so next week. But we are very concerned about the oil spill in Grand Bahama. 119 plus thousands of gallons of oil, crude oil, has been run amok all over the Grand Bahama, East Grand Bahama. And also 175,000 acres of lands have been affected. The water table, many are saying, has been contaminated. But what's most concerning and disconcerting for the most part, we cannot hear not a consistent crack from the Bahamas National Trust and all of these other organizations. What about the Save the Bays and all these other organizations who gave much money over the years and would have been very vocal in the papers and on social media? Very, very little is being said. Had it been the Progressive Liberal Party, every day, man, it had been all over the paper and the news every day. There had been special programs being hosted on it every day. We know the story. And we are very concerned, Mr. Speaker, about what we are saying. Landholders and realtors, we don't hear anything from them. What is happening?
Honorable
Our
members.
citizens have been affected in Grand Bahama, Mr. Speaker. I speak on their behalf. In the main, Mr. Speaker, nothing in the world is worse than when someone loses their passport, police record, road traffic, driver's license, your voter's card. Birth certificate is a very, very delicate thing. That registration is, as a matter of fact, it has so much impact for people and also those who would want to claim for insurance purposes. The list goes on. So we on this side support the government's effort and initiative in this bill for the Abaco and Abaco Keys, Sweeting Keys, Grand Key, Water Key, Grand Bahama Islands, the list goes on. The issue of the proof of eligibility is one that we also are concerned about. And therefore, the government and all those public officers must also watch out for what we call skullduggery in the main. We all know there's always someone waiting and lurking when you try to do good, to do something and put one extra one under the table. So we want to commend those public officers who've been diligent, and honest, and forthright to weed out those corrupt practices in the Bahamas going forward. I want to say that we also would have heard stories of persons who would have been airlifted from the Abacos in particular, who, when they would have checked into the various clinics and even some of the shelters, they have not reported once again. We don't know where they would have gone. I don't know how true this is, but we heard these stories. But I am now saying to the public officials on healthcare and immigration and otherwise to be vigilant. We support you, but we're hoping that this is not a widespread occurrence in the public service of what's happening. Mr. Speaker, we are glad to see our brothers and sisters being assisted during these challenging times. We want to say thanks to all of our international donors, Samaritan's Purse, and especially Channel 10, and also CNN and all the international media, and those on social media, and all of those international agencies and those who've come with their philanthropic overtures to assist, and the church in particular. persons like Bishop Neil C. Ellis and all the organizations like the bishop at New Birth, for example, in Atlanta, Georgia, and many others. Bishop Pastor Graham and others who have assisted Jamal Bryant Parrott, thank you very much, and many others who have really been most forthcoming in their assistance to our country, to our countrymen. I also at this time, Mr. Speaker, would like to say to the members of the press, I want to commend those who've been able to be very direct in keeping the government's feet to the fire. Because the concern has been, like the member for Exuma and Ragged Island would have noted, where's the plan? People want to see things happening in a timely basis. Benchmark, when are we going to see this? When are we going to see that? When is it going to happen? And they must be seeing these things and must have empirical evidence that they're taking place. I want to commend members of the press because many times they are attacked politically when they stand for and do their jobs right. I want to commend persons like Travis Cartwright and Jasper Ward, and also Shanique Miller. She's in the Broadcasting Corporation, who many times would go against what I call stand against the status quo. Ron McCartney, Clint Watson. I don't want to cause them get fired, but the fact of the matter is, these are people, no matter what it takes, for example, they would stand firm and make their point for the Bahamian public and the world at large to see. I want to commend them. Because in the main, I must say that the government has gotten the benefit of the doubt in many instances with the press in this country.
Yes.
That is a fact.
Yes.
That is a fact. And I want to commend members of the press.
Yes.
Even today, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I must come back to this point, and you and I would have had our little challenges with this earlier. I think, Mr. Speaker, since you would have made a ruling this morning, and I don't want to rewrite what you said. I think, Mr. Speaker, as the media houses are going through changes,
and for the people, not the politicians,
they must then know what is the gatekeeper principle for them coming in to do work in this honorable place. I think you need to speak to it in a very direct way. Mr. Speaker, now let me finish making this point. I'm not going to go against what you said earlier, but I'm saying that many young people and novices who are joining the media profession, who would then maybe need you to now and then rehash what persons must do, how the process must be applied in this honorable place, because there's some level of concern about it. I won't go any further today, but Mr. Speaker, I feel at the end of the day, if we come here to this honorable place and amend laws, we must also in the 21st century Bahamas be able to look at things and how media and media developments are also changing place, also developing and evolving, so that we can be in step with what's happening around us. That's my only stake today, Mr. Speaker. I would not want to have the wrath of the chair against me today. So I'm saying to you at the end of the day, I support, like the member for English and saying just next door, freedom to the people and freedom of speech. That's my only point, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes the honorable member.
I'm not inclined to yield. I'm almost completed, Mr. Speaker. The member can speak after I'm done.
Point of order. What rule?
Okay. Honorable member.
Misleading this honorable house.
You're on a point of order of misleading the house?
Misleading the house.
Speaker,
no one can deny that the Free National Movement has demonstrated a clear
point of order. Honorable member. Honorable member. Honorable member. Resume your seat. The member is making. See, you want me to have to read these rules again? I continually read these rules into the records because I can imagine persons would want to suggest, sometimes subtly and sometimes
the freeing of the airwaves?
Not so subtly, that somehow on these matters, the Speaker, you see, honorable member, I would direct all members to Rule 89 of these rules. Those rules, as I understand it, were put in place in 2005 because there were a number of complaints by members that persons were coming into the Parliament, taking photographs and so on of members in embarrassing position. The rules are also put in place to prevent the cameras from focusing on the documents that members may have laid on their table because there were complaints in that regard as well, where the cameras were focusing down on the desks, on members' documents. And so these rules were put in place to maintain a certain decorum in the House and to protect the information. I can imagine. Yeah, no, I want to make this clear because I can imagine the press demonizing the speaker as a person who is trying to prevent freedom of speech, freedom of expression, and so on. But I am of the view, and I'll say this for the record, that the media, despite all the change in technology, they have descended to a level in this country that needs to be addressed. They are competing with social media, and as a consequence, a number of false reports, fake reports, and opinionated stories are appearing in the newspapers. And I've even seen on social media videos of members of parliament that have been taken completely out of context and other information presented on social media. Exactly, it is being done. It cannot be denied, and so we have to maintain a certain level in this chamber to protect the institution itself from that sort of infringement by unscrupulous persons, because in every sector of society you will have those type of individuals, and the media is not exempted from that. That has been my experience in this 2.5 years. The chair recognizes the honourable member for Mango-Key, South and Central Andros.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
the chair recognizes the honourable member for Yamakro on a point of order.
And I'll be very clear and succinct, Mr. Speaker. We cannot forget that there was only one media station. I heard the good member made certain statements about the side opposite and the media. But the side opposite has demonstrated its commitment to deepening the democracy by opening the airwaves and allowing for more than just one media house. And any number of my colleagues, especially those sitting in the cabinet, has made it a point to appear on the various media shows. I just appeared on Juan McCartney show the other day. And we embrace the media, we encourage them to be open, objective, and to do their job in deepening this democracy. So I just wanted to clarify that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Mango-Key, South and Central Andros.
Mr. Speaker, I am most appreciative for your eloquent soliloquy, and so therefore I would need no further commentary by my representative, the member for Yamakro, and to be reminded of the freedom of the press by the pre-national movement. I would have been a part of those days in my broadcasting career. And I know the fact that with the same freedom, though, you can't on one hand celebrate the fact that you would have opened the press and allowed freedom.
Right.
At the end of the day, you claim to be pulling and jarring with the same element of freedom. So we must now find a way to correct some things and remove from the perception there's only freedom, and we want it to be freedom. It must be real freedom of the press.
Yes.
That's my view, Mr. Speaker.
Good point.
Speaker, we're talking about freedom of the press and freedom of our people. How could you talk about freedom of our people? It's very interesting, you know. When you had, just before the last election, members would be sitting through the luncheon periods, and members are not hasty to go off to lunch. The fact that they would have been one of the most eloquent and major fasts, I would think, in history, Prophet Roll, that took place in this country, right on the halls of Bay Street, where the remarch took place. And under the leadership of Perry G. Christie, we allowed for people to move freely on the streets of Bay Street together. The law allowed it to happen under the, and then lo and behold, under this,
Honourable member, are you on a point of order?
Mr.
Honourable member,
Mr. Speaker, I didn't finish
the member's on a point of order. What is the point? What is the point of all
What
this?
is misleading this house? They almost have to go to court for that to get what the law allows. When you want to march in this country, you go and make an application to the police commissioner. There was all sorts of stories of how they could not get that license. Don't talk about we march and how they got that. Because I don't want to bring up certain persons who are no longer here. Come on, man. You know better.
Mr. Speaker, I'm glad he's the former president of the Bar Association. We all know the story. And so we're glad that you were part of Remarch. What I'm saying to you, my point is this. My point is simply this, Mr. Speaker. My point is simply this.
Honorable member.
I am.
The chair recognizes the member for Yamakwa on a point of order. State your point of order, honorable member.
Over the entangled web we weave. Again, misleading the House. It was never a part of V-March. I celebrate their expression of freedom of movement and freedom of expression, but never a part. Thank you.
I am glad to say, Mr. Speaker, unrefutably so, as a senior man in this place, that was very much a part of V-March, not our march. Remarch was, Mr. Speaker. And I'm saying at the end of them, Mr. Speaker, let it go. But what I'm saying, under this administration, when forces wanted to have the same type of marches into the district of downtown, the barricades were struck up, Mr. Speaker, chain link fencing, all over the place. And the people signed it, Mr. Speaker. So when you talk about freedom of people, it's more than simply allowing the media to be in here and having certain privileges extended to the members of the media, but real freedom to our people. We saw what happened down here. All of the barricades in Rosen Square, never been in Rosen Square over the years. Under this administration, Mr. Speaker, so don't go there with me. Mr. Speaker, quickly. We know what it is. I just remember for North Abaco, he this morning said, it's time to put you more or less in the Bahamian kind, put your shoulders to the wheel. Him and East Grandmama want to see the same thing. And I support East Grandmama. He wants to see his community revitalized. So it's time now for the government to give this timeline, give this plan. How are we going to see these people who are in New Providence, many in Eleuthera, some have gone to Andros, and we could use the relocation of people in the community of South Andros and other areas of Andros. We could take a couple, no problem with that. We're glad to have more persons in our community skilled, especially in teachers, what have you. And I hope that the Minister of Health could give us one who them doctors that came from Abaco in South or Central Andros. We can use them all. But the whole fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, persons want to go back home. So there's no need for us to come back here every time we get to relitigate the hurricane, how things were, what happened and what we saw and how. That's fine. That will all be good for the history books. And like the Prime Minister said yesterday, what happened with Hurricane Dorian is something that would be for us to look at into years to come. The fact of the matter is, though, here it is time. It's time to get on with the show. People want to see a sense of normalcy in their homeland. Cousins and family members want to get together. I noted the fact that we want to have the itinerant passport officer also back in our community of South Central and Mango Key Andros, so we can have the road traffic machines and everything working in our community. So we too, as we commiserate with Abaco and East Grand Bahama in particular, and Freeport, we're praying, as I plan to visit next week, to see what is happening in Grand Bahama, like I saw in Abaco. We hope for quick restoration through God's grace in these beloved communities. The second and third pillar, respectively, of our good country. Our thoughts and our prayers are with those who have been dislocated and relocated due to the hurricane. But the most important, Mr. Speaker, we pray that our government would get to the sense of understanding is more than simply to talk, and simply to get up here with all the nice political sophistry. But it's time now to put your shoulder to the wheel and to return life to some sense of normalcy and making life better for the people who've been removed from their hometown and don't feel comfortable nowhere but in the Abacos and East Grand Bahama. Rebuilding, electricity, supplies, worship, families coming together, supporting one another in their hometown community of Treasure Key, Dunderstown, Murphytown, Cherokee Sound, East Grand Bahama. Communities coming together, communities building communities. And it's not going to take only the persons coming out of New Providence to do it. They want to do it with their own hands, but they need a government who will be understanding to their plight, willing to come to their aid and the forthright in their direct way. Not only talk about it, but they want to feel the leadership. And I'll be so glad if this government would also be willing to extend a courtesy and a hand to member of a Majelis Law Opposition, headed by our leader, so that we too can be a part of this process, because it's about building and recapturing the spirit of the Bahamian people as we move forward, onward together. Mr. Speaker, this is a special day. I feel unctionized. I feel good today to be Bahamian. I hope for the day, as the persons in Abaco and Grand Bahama are watching and around the Bahamas today, that they can feel a sense of relief, that we could once again come together as we hope to see a new day for the communities of Abaco, Grand Bahama, and the entire Bahamas on this special sitting of this honorable place of Parliament. We do support this bill, Mr. Speaker, and God bless you, and God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, the chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Bamboo Town.
Is really to just move the following resolution. Be it resolved that the business of this House do continue beyond 1 p.m. on Wednesday, October 23rd, 2019.
Speaker, I second that.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the business of this House do extend beyond 1 p.m. hour. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. The business of this House will be extended beyond the 1 p.m. hour. As many? The chair recognizes the honorable member for Cat Island, Rum Key, and San Salvador.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I will not be my colleagues ably acquitted themselves in making the case. I share their views that they have expressed, and I start from the view expressed of the conduct of the member for Kalani. He must remember, and I continually remind him, that he is the Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. He is my Prime Minister, though I am politically opposite. He is the Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And as such, and I go further to add that he's also my Member of Parliament. Right? No.
He wouldn't go that far.
Okay, that's see, joke is joke, but you know. Right? And I continually remind him of that. And so he needs to lead. Pardon me? Whatever. Huh? Oh. He needs to lead and set the pace. And these are times when the common good has to reign supreme. So the things he does, the things he says, and how he makes others feel is important at this time to ensure that he brings us as a people together. He should be pursuing the things that make for peace. And as you said, to build up the common good. That's what a leader in this time is called for. Right? So yes, there will be a little barbs here and there, but we're big enough to take it. But we can't allow our pride, because we cannot take constructive criticism to blind us from that common good. We heard the Prime Minister yesterday, and I share the view that he fell far below the standard in his contribution as what ought to have been expected in these times. Right? The country saw it. Right? What about me, as he said, going into Pinewood Gardens and mischaracterizing it? I'm not going to get into that. What about the drug era? What does that have to do? Why does he have to, at this stage and at these times, be a divider as opposed to saying things that ought to be uniting us. And so, Mr. Speaker, even after he spoke, I reached out to the Prime Minister again. I spoke to him personally here, and I indicated to him that we here in the opposition are not opposing any efforts to bring normalcy back to this country. In all of my utterances, I've recognized the challenges that we face. I've recognized that not any one of us have all the answers. Not any one of us, right, will be able to get it done. It's going to take our collective strength, our collective ingenuity, creativity, and innovation to get us back to where we are. And we can need more than that too. And I continue to tell him that. Right? And we remain here to lend our hand to the common good. Speaker, we did not support the amendments to the Disaster Preparedness and Response Bill because we say it's a PR exercise and it's all in law today. So I will not go through that exercise now, but we will be going into committee, and there I hope to point out what I meant. All that you are doing now could be done by an exigency order. Everything. Right? In 2016, for example, after Matthew, an exigency order was signed by the then Minister of Finance, doing exactly what these bills, the amendments these bills are doing. And in fact, again, after Dorian, the same exigency order was signed again. So what we're saying is this is nothing but a PR exercise, right? For this to happen because these things are not expected to happen every day, right? And so, Mr. Speaker, we see this as part of a PR exercise. When we think about and again, might I just make this other point to the government? The legislative agenda is your agenda. Right? We don't propose to put any challenges in your way of achieving your legislative agenda. We may not agree with the legislation, but in the pursuit of your agenda, it will be helpful if you discuss what it is that you wish to do before we come into Parliament. Because it was argued, well, it was said that when the two bills were laid, the amendment to the Disaster Preparedness and Response Bill and this bill that we now debate, it was anticipated that this was a compendium. We'd do the two at one time. That's the contribution was designed to be that way. Only now to discover that you wanted to separate the two bills, and then you have the other place waiting now as I'm standing and speaking for these bills to pass and then to be taken over to the Senate. And without even any other discussion with the leader of opposition business. We could have cooperated with this exercise, but you don't just ambush us.
I mean, this is not the way to do legislative business. That's why we have a leader of government business and a leader of opposition business. I was called about 10:15 this morning to say, well, do you know the Senate meeting today? At 1:30, I think. That's what we're meeting. I didn't know. I found out today. And it's anticipated that we'll be, it was foreshadowed that they will have these amendments to lay today. It wouldn't have been very easy from day one to say, here's our agenda. We're going to lay these bills today. We expect to have them debated over these periods so that in time to get to the Senate. You know, we did that with the what I call the bills relating to the blacklisting. There was discussion. The Attorney General and I had many discussions on that agenda. We had our views about it, but we facilitated the end result of that agenda. And so, again, I urge government to really cooperate in the execution of your legislative agenda. But that doesn't necessarily mean we're going to agree with the legislation. But at least you'll have that so that you could meet that agenda that you set. But you're not going to meet it if you don't know, as you're not meeting it now today. Now, Speaker, during the last week, or week before last, when we discussed the amendment to the disaster preparedness, in my contribution, I acknowledge the worth of the amendment to allow replacement of government documents, fees being exempted. I acknowledge that. I also indicated that it would probably be very prudent because we have another issue on our hands. The issue is with what I call the missing person. Now, when I talk about missing person, I'm talking about even bodies that may be recovered and or discovered, but not identified. And I'm talking about body, and I'm talking with missing persons who could and would never be found. And that is very, very, very likely because of what we all know about and the stories that were told of the massive flooding and the fact of the surge that's taking bodies out to sea. That's going to create some challenges because the affairs of mankind will require some closure to some families in respect to these incidents. And so I recommended and suggested that we do a special amendment for persons who would have gone missing during this finite period of the storm. And if they went missing during that finite period, that the presumption of death be reined in from the 7 years. And I was recommending 6 months, but I thought the government ought to give some consideration to that. And I indicated that that was done in other areas where disasters such as this would have occurred. For example, after Katrina in New Orleans, they truncated the period for the presumption of death. I think their period is 5 years, and they truncated it to, I think, 2 years. And it makes sense. I think government needs to consider this very seriously because you may have orphans out there, and you may want to assign guardians legally. There are persons who are missing. There would be the insurance policies that may have to be paid. You may have persons. You may have to administer persons' estate to ensure that people and persons entitled to estate are able to.
The chair recognizes the honorable member from Mount Moriah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for Kettle Island and Ron Kingston, Salvador. Just as a matter of note, we would have discussed this at length, and we're very cognizant and very sensitive to this issue, and so you will no doubt be seeing, as well as persons throughout the nation, will see. But you would recognize as well that irregardless, that these matters will still have to be thoroughly investigated before a clear decision is come to. But your point is taken, and as a cabinet, we would have discussed that at length.
If I understand the question of being investigated, and here again, it raises the question of resources, because I understand when we start off with investigations, that means finding people, say look, what they saw, get their observations of a person that they may have seen. So again, how are you tackling that? You need to be ensure, but police officers, yes, but that might require.
Chair
recognizes the honorable member from Mount Moriah.
Mr. Speaker, again, appreciate this discourse between the member for Cat Island, Ron Kingston, Salvador, and myself. All of this would have been taken into consideration actually prior to this event, and we would have organized, certainly through the Royal Bahamas Police Force, teams to specifically look at this. We're very cognizant of the time, but we want to make certain that as we go about the business of addressing these issues and bringing resolve to those persons who would have been impacted, that there is always an opportunity for unscrupulous persons to take advantage of this and to abuse it, as we've been having with those persons who have been looting throughout the island. But your point is taken, member for Cat Island. We are very cognizant of it. We have been working this very assiduously, taking into account the sensitivity of it all, and you should see in short order the results.
Thank you very much. It'll be very difficult, I think, to have much deception in dealing with missing persons. But here I'm going to deal with that, because you see, Mount Moriah, it leads me into another real concern that we all be looking at. We have moved this country we basically have what I call a creeping challenge that's impacting our way of life, and that's really distracting from the real order of life, and that also touches our character as people and how we look at one another. I say it in this way because we have moved away from what I call the presumption of regularity to what I call a presumption of bad deception and evil. We have turned it on its head. We have to believe. We have to start off by believing in the essential goodness of each of us before we move. I'm not
It's not criticism. And I'm going to point out why I'm saying this, right? This is not about the criticism of anyone. I'm saying this is what's pervading our society today. And we have to be careful as the state not to be given any comfort to this. And I see comfort being given to it in the context that we don't start off by saying, we have to see, for example, let's use the example given by Mama Bertram. Lady, 53 years of age. She has her birth certificate. It's issued by the Registrar General's office. She had a passport already, right? She was born prior to 1973. That's automatic. So, but the technocrats and whoever runs the passport office requires that person to go now and go get your mother's birth certificate. Go get your marriage certificate. No, please. I'm going to get this. See, but all of that is not necessary for the issuance of a passport because all I need to do is show that I'm a Bahamian citizen. I have produced to you, if I was born after 1973, you could require me to produce the fact that either a certificate of citizenship or I have to show that my parents, particularly my mother, was a Bahamian citizen when I was born. And because you have to accept that the birth certificate issued by the state is regular, and there's nothing wrong with that. And I present it to you as my own, unless you have at that very moment some information, apart from your own suspicion, that it don't belong to me. You have to give my passport. Yeah.
Chair recognizes the honourable member for
thank you,
Mount
Mr.
Moriah.
Speaker. I don't in any way disagree with you that there are some instances, albeit maybe minute, where the practitioners should exercise a greater level of sensitivity and discretion. But what is important here is this, that every matter requires, clear. I mean, you have to look into it. It just can't be word of mouth. Someone coming and said, I lost my certificate. It will require some level of inquiry and investigation, albeit how short, maybe in the quickest possible time, to bring it to some resolution. But to expect the state to just arbitrarily accept someone's word, it's opening the door to some serious issues. And so we, no matter what, we have to allow the practitioners this certain level of discretion to exercise. Now, some may be overbearing at times, and that is something that can be addressed on a case-by-case basis. But what's important here is that we're still a country of laws. And recognizing that we are a country of laws, that we must do all that is possible within the framework of the law to ensure that whomever is coming to make some representation, that representation is genuine, okay? And there exists factual information to prove the point.
That's thing. Let's start off. We are a country of law. And there's a principle of law. And I'll express it in the Latin phrase. It's called omniae presumptio vitae acti esse. Right? What that means is that it is presumed that if I get a document regularly issued from a government department, you have to accept it as being authentic.
Yeah, but that's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about any oral representation. And that's not, well, I never spoke to oral representation. No. So, well, if I gave, I did not, I'm sorry that you took that impression. But I understand, Mr. Speaker, that, Mr. Speaker, again, I never started off with oral. I started off by talking about our whole approach to one another and each other. And it starts off, with the suspicious mind of a police officer. Everybody look at, everybody, right? Everybody look at, right? Leave that right? Man. And so I will not get to that because 40. I would have said something else if 40 was present, but 40 ain't present today. 40 ain't present. What was your number again? What was your number again? Mr. Speaker, what I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, no, but more seriously, Mr. Speaker, what I'm suggesting here, it also flows right through. It flows through not just the state, as it were. State issued documents. You need not to carry, and that's what's happening. It was happening under our watch. When Southern Shore said that didn't just start happening, I agree because I had to deal with it on many times because we are not, when we need to get as leaders, our people to understand these things. It's not an oral representation when I come with my passport, I have a senior member who served in this place. Who served in this place, who's over 70 years of age, went to get his passport, and they turned him around. He called me up almost crying. He comes to me and says, Fred, he's a Cat Island man too. I say, man, he's my friend. He's my friend. And he's one of you all too. He went to the passport office. And they wouldn't give him his passport, man. They wouldn't give his passport.
Former MP.
A former MP. Huh? Yeah. Homo sapiens. Yeah. What I'm saying, Mr. Speaker. So I'm saying we have to ensure that our technocrats and those who are around understand these things. And so, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for Engliston. To talk about Adderstown. I've been talking with the member for Freetown and Adderstown. In fact, yes, and I'm grateful for that. Because I've been making representations to the member for Freetown, and in fact, last year I had got some, they said I'd gotten one of the airlines to even apply to have scheduled flights, and it was granted to them to go to Adderstown, because Adderstown no longer has scheduled flight 40 weeks here. Come on, your friend. So, and so I've been talking to him about it. They said that the runway required some sweeping. We got it swept once. They needed some patching. I tried to get it patched, and the persons who were about to patch it, the authorities stopped them. And I've been attempting for that long to get it done. So we were going to do it. We were going to, through self-help, we were going to get it done. And we're still prepared to get it done by self-help if the authorities allow us to do it. And we will open the airport. All right.
I thought would come, Michael, that's your friend.
So just pass it on to, pass the information on to Freetown and get it done. Now, Speaker, I also would be remiss if I do not touch on this oil spill at East Grand Bahama. This has attracted the attention of the international community. The United Nations are keeping their eye on it. The Florida, the agencies in Florida that deals with spills, they have been monitoring it and have been visiting. I know we went down as the opposition to get a full appreciation of what Equinor was doing. Their representation and their efforts appear on the face of it to be genuine, authentic, and of concern. Now, Speaker, there's no doubt that this spill, there'll be some resultant damages to the environment in that area. Now, I wondered whether, as the member for Exuma has pointed out, whether this government has engaged in any discussions about what the consequences of these damages may be and what compensation could be had for those damages. In these matters, compensation is always a relevant topic for conversation. And I invite the government to start that conversation. Speaker, recalling that the member for Bamboo Town, I think, could perhaps remind me of this, that Carnival Cruise Line spilled in our water, refuge in our water. They were fined for discharging refuse in our water, some $40 million. And none of it came, did any of that come to us? Compensation, and or have we done anything to ensure that spills such as that now will result in compensation to us, which could be tied into your conversation to be had with Equinor for compensation for what is happening out east. I recall that there was supposed to be some legislation to be put forward. I don't remember where we are with that, but perhaps you could let us know, huh? You want? No, go ahead, man. Well,
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Speaker, thank you so much. The member is well aware that the $40 million actually was as a judgment as to the case in the United States. We have looked at it because we do have the reports. The Port Department keeps records as the ships report on whatever is released from those ships. We've gotten a complete detailed report. I have spoken to this issue already in a communique before the House of Assembly. The issue is before the Attorney General's office, as we do not have hard and fast and real legal teeth by laws to be able to get at the cruise ships in that regard. But we are seeking to, you would know that on the agenda of the House is a slew of environmental bills to establish the Department of the Environment and to give the government legal arm and teeth to be able to deal with environmental issues in the country.
I will not wait for the passing of those bills to seek compensation from Equinor. That's in the maritime affairs, right? But I'm saying that insofar as this recent spill is concerned, I would not advise that you wait for the legislation to start the conversation with Equinor, because you may find that they will be prepared to compensate you. Huh? Mr. Nan? Glad to hear that. And so, Speaker, also said we do support this bill. But suffice it to say, Mr. Speaker, and I just say this as a caveat to the government, that their track record in these matters does not inspire confidence that they would be able to deliver as they do in patting themselves on their back. The track record, and just, you didn't hear? You didn't hear the member from it. You didn't hear the member from it, so man. You hear the member from it, so? Let's talk with. I am, man. I could talk with track record, but your track record in hurricane recovery does not inspire any confidence that we will have any real relief or normalcy in the short order. Pardon me? Yeah, well, what I say to you is that Ragged Island has been in a state of disrepair for almost what, a year and a half? 790 days to be exact. And nothing has happened. That does not inspire any confidence of what you'll be able to do with a much larger challenge. And with that, Mr. Speaker,
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Speaker, we say that we do support this aspect of their efforts.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As many? The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for North Abaco.
Mr. Speaker, as I rise to wrap up this debate, and as I've sat and listened, particularly to my friend from Angliston, and to assure her that I'm not going to be defensive, I want to thank the opposition for their support of this piece of legislation which is before the House. I also, Mr. Speaker, note the spirit of solidarity, national unity, which came from the leader of the opposition. I'd only hoped that he had that spirit a couple of weeks ago. When he came to this honorable place and talking about the height of waves and tides in the wake or just before the arrival of Dorian. But that said, Mr. Speaker, and that's another point that needs addressing. It is not only the government of the Bahamas that is responsible for the governance of the Bahamas. And so when the opposition comes to this place, the opposition should not only bring criticism, but objective points of views as to how the government can become better. So that we collectively, as we've been collectively voted into this place by the people, can work in the best interest of the people. But you come and you speak to us. But you come and you speak to us about relitigation of the past. And then you come to this place with the same position, relitigating the past. I'm glad South and Central Andres is back in chambers, because before impaling the Prime Minister, he lauded the point that he loved him. And then he impaled him.
He gave him the kiss. He kissed him.
Well, I was there a couple of weeks ago when the Prime Minister expressed his love for South Andres. And so, South Andres, I want to assure you that the Prime Minister in his absence, I can say to you that he loves you too.
Since he need that dog, you could ride on the plane again with dog.
You know, Angliston, we were elected on the 10th of May, and the Bahamian people gave us a mandate to fix it. And by God's grace, we will fix it. But just following Irma, which struck the southern Bahamas, we called in the technocrats into the cabinet, and we wanted to know the state of affairs in the country as it relates to, because we were not so long in office, eh? And we wanted to see what condition the northern Bahamas was in to be able to withstand the onslaught of Irma. And we found in Grand Bahama, which was struck by hurricane, I think, in 2015, some 2 years later, that we still have homes with a lot of tarp on them. Homes that were not ready for the hurricane season. And so here we are now, somewhat 6 weeks out of the most catastrophic event to hit, 7 weeks out of the most catastrophic event to hit this country in modern history. And we are being chatted over the fact that, in some of your points of view, that we're not moving fast enough. We're not getting it done as quickly enough. Well, the point is that you need to see more happening.
What's your plan?
The plan will come. The plan will come. But the plan takes this. When I travel internationally, and they ask me what do you need us to do to help this country, to help the Bahamas to recover? And here's what I say to them.
Why don't you stop? Why don't you stop, man? You're sitting down, you're a senior man. Stop that. If you have something to say, get up.
Here's what I say to them. I say to them, listen, we are not going to ask you for bread and water. What we are doing is an in-depth technical evaluation of what we really need to recover and restore this country. And when we think about restoration in this era of ferocious and frequent events like Dorian, which are spurred by climate change, we must consider also resilience. And so here's the point we made in Marshall on the weekend. You want your power restored urgently, but you also want it restored resiliently. And which means then, these are considerations. These are considerations that we are consulting the people with, the people in the impacted areas. You want the floor? Well, leave me alone then. And so there are many considerations. We went into Manawar Key, where BPL is consulting with the community as to how to restore their power. The same thing for Elbow Key, Hope Town. How do we go about restoring your power in the best possible way to withstand Category 5 events that will come and sit on you for 3 days nearly? For nearly 3 days. And so that we can get you back up and running as quickly as possible. South Andres, I heard you mention that the Prime Minister referred to people from Manawar and other places and not from my area. My hometown is Dundas Town. Dundas Town and Murphy Town, I'm going to look at that camera just like you. The way you've taught me to, right? Dundas Town, Murphy Town, Central Pines, Treasure Key, and all the way down north. The Prime Minister visited Abaco since Dorian some 11 times. I want that to sink in. The Prime Minister visited Abaco looking at our efforts for recovery and redevelopment 11 times. 11 times. I have it on my phone. I asked his office. When I heard you say it, I asked his office. Now the speaker said I can't refer to my phone. Not now. But I can speak to it. 11 times the Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas visited the impacted area in Abaco and various ministers of the government. And various ministers of the government. I think that's unprecedented. I think that's unprecedented in the Bahamas. And Small island developing states present with several challenges. We talk about them all the time in this place as it relates to development and how we're looked at when we come for concessional loans to rebuild and how we get overseas development assistance. Because we've been graduated into what they call middle income countries.
Where the money hit the ground? That IDB money, where they get the ground? IDB money.
You heard the Prime Minister talk about what's going to happen with the IDB money that y'all were castigating yesterday.
Hit the ground.
That y'all were castigating last week. Why y'all get that money? What y'all going to do with that money?
Where the money hit the ground?
Right? You heard about how we're going to improve the power.
We don't throw money on the ground.
You heard about how we're going to develop the infrastructure. Now, here's one point that I wish to make in this place today. For the first time in the history of this country, a hurricane came and displaced an entire government in an island. Well. As long as I don't know, that's good. As long as I don't know, that's good. Dorian didn't just come and cause destruction of homes and the rest of it. Dorian destroyed the commercial sector, the private sector, and the public sector in Abaco. And so the public servants who run the government in Abaco were displaced. And so it takes a little longer without an active government involved and working to restore and to bring back the administrative levels that we're used to. It takes a little while. And so what the government did was go out and buy, or cost to be acquired through NEMA, some mobile homes that will be able to house the public servants who we need to help the government to function in North Abaco. These things take time. 6 weeks. 6 weeks. And in 2015, 7 weeks. And in 2015, walk-in came and we still found top in 2017. Nowhere near the catastrophic event as we found with Dorian. Now, Mr. Speaker, you spoke about the use of these social media and the rest of it. And I'm sitting here and someone sent me something that said that Enfield says that the people in Grand Bahama and Abaco are having a pity party. Yeah, that's someone sent that to me on my phone a little while ago. Yeah, you have to be careful what you say. But you can't be timid about what you say as leaders.
You didn't say that.
Now, what I said was that the people in Abaco and Grand Bahama, we have to now take on the spirit of the pioneer. We have to strap up our boots and put our shoulders to the wheel.
I said that earlier, man.
Yeah, you did. You understood what I was saying. You didn't take me out of context. But somebody outside probably did, and they put that in the social media. I want to address this point of the passport office because that's a part of my portfolio. The government very earlier this year moved to take away all of the difficulties that we've had in the issuance of passports in the passport office. In fact, the cabinet of the Bahamas took cognizance of it, and we came up with a policy, and we said that if you've had your passport since 2008, an electronic passport, and we've said this, we put it out in media. All you need is a new application, fresh photographs, an NIB smart card, and the existing passport, and you will be reissued your passport.
But you didn't say that yourself, pushing this on the other side of that, how you saying it now. That's the point I'm making.
But that's what makes the opposition so good. Sometimes they make us, if they're good and constructive, sometimes they make us put things in the way that we ought to be putting it so that everyone will understand. Well, when they're not following the directives, then, we will go and sort it out. But I sat here today and listened to my brother minister, the minister responsible for immigration, who said in this place today that we have fraudulent documents moving about.
Keep those persons.
And so the people in the passport office and elsewhere who issue documents have to be particularly careful. We live in a world where things can go wrong. And so we wouldn't want to give the world the impression that we are willy-nilly issuing passports to individuals who were displaced from Grand Bahama and Abaco or who lost their documents without doing the due diligence necessary to replace them. And so what happens is this. You come in, and you say, I'm coming from Abaco or Grand Bahama, one of the keys, and I'm in your system, I had a passport, this is me, this is my name, and you're pulled up on the computer. They match you with the photograph and other things, your identification, and they issue you. No cost. And we had not been charging since the government introduced the policy very shortly after the onslaught of Dorian in the Bahamas. And so this business about retroactivity for charges and payments, that's a non sequitur. And so I thought I would move to clarify one or two of these things, Mr. Speaker. And with that, Mr. Speaker, we conclude this debate on this Hurricane Dorian replacement of government-issued documents, exemption from fees bill 2019. And Mr. Speaker, on all accounts, we have the unanimous support of this House. With that, I rest.
Well done, mate.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. A bill for an act to provide for the exemption of payment of fees to replace government-issued documents that would damage or loss by any person who on the 1st of September 2019 resided in any of the islands impacted by Hurricane Dorian. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Order that the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to provide for the exemption of payment of fees to replace government-issued documents that were damaged or lost by any person who, on the 1st of September 2019, resided in any of the islands impacted by Hurricane Dorian.
For the second reading and committal of bills, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Speaker, there are no further second readings. I do now move that the House resolves itself into a committee of the whole with the Deputy Speaker in the chair.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the House now resolve itself into a committee of the whole House with the Deputy Speaker and Chairman of the Committee of the whole House in the chair. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. The House will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole with the Deputy Speaker and Chairman of the Committee of the whole House in the chair.
As many. Chair recognizes the member for Bamboo Town. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I do now move that the long title of a bill for an act to provide for the exemption of payment of fees to replace government-issued documents that were damaged or lost by any person who, on the 1st of September 2019, reside in any of the islands impacted by Hurricane Dorian.
Mr. Chairman, I second that.
Been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be accepted. Many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. Long title of the bill is agreed. We're going with the one that you all agreed with. Yeah. Moving on that one. Chair recognizes member for Bamboo Town. Thank you again, Mr. Chair. I do now move that the short title and commencement be agreed.
Mr. Chair, I do second that.
Being moved and seconded that the short title and commencement of the bill be agreed. Many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. Short title and commencement of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I move that clauses 2 through short title is agreed.
Clause 1.
Yes. Yeah.
But you agreed to the bill.
You ain't paying quite attention. Get out and rookie. We done passed that one. We done passed that one. Well, Mr. Chair, I do now move that clauses 2 through 4 be agreed. Mr. Chair, I second that.
Being moved and seconded that clause 2 through 4 of the bill be agreed. As many members, the chair recognizes the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador.
Yep. Mr. Speaker, respect to 4. What is unclear in respect to 4B? You're requiring the production of a utility bill, and you're requiring the production of satisfactory documents, which is not defined. I'm just wondering whether there'll be some guidelines as to what the various agencies would be requiring to be satisfied in respect to the document, and whether any directions could be given in respect to children. For example, if I live with someone, the utility bill may not be in my name, or I may not have and you say utility bill, what about a telephone bill? I mean, if you consider telephone as a utility, because the residents in a home may not have a bill in their name. And so I just wonder whether some guidelines, since it's not spelled out here, could be given in respect to. So you don't leave it to the.
Thank you, Michael, the chair.
The member for Cat Island has raised a very important issue. And the reason why that provision is so flexible is because we appreciate that persons who've been through the storms may have those types of challenges that he's raised. And so it is important in those circumstances that the persons who are looking and making those determinations will be able to have some flexibility in being able to assist them. All they have to do is to be convinced by some documents that this is a person who ought to, in the interest of national security, this is a person who ought to have this document. And that is why that provision is essentially, it's very similar like to how you would use a bail-out clause in the Companies Act, in the company provision, to be able to give them flexibility, give them some discretion to be able to help people. And so I'm glad that the members raised that point. It is important, and those persons who will be making those determinations will be provided with guidelines.
As many.
I thank the member for his response.
Get out of Bamboo Town.
Mr. Chairman, I do now move that the bill in its entirety be agreed. Mr. Chairman, I do second that.
Shared bills. Being moved and seconded that the bill be agreed in its entirety. As many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Give me a copy of the Mr. Chairman, I do now move that the long title of a bill for an act to amend the Disaster Preparedness and Response Act to provide for evacuation, disaster, and relief orders be made by the Prime Minister and for connected purposes. Mr. Chairman, I do second that.
It's been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many members in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The long title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I do now move that the short title and commencement be agreed. Second.
Being moved and seconded that the short title and commencement of the bill be agreed. As many members that are in favor remain seated.
You want clause 2?
Those opposing will rise. The short title and commencement of the bill is agreed.
A copy of the disaster preparedness.
The chair recognizes the member for Bamboo Town. Sorry?
Mr. Chairman, I move that clause 2 be agreed.
He's going on the second. Do I have a seconder?
I second that, Mr. Chair.
Being moved and seconded that clause 2, the bill be agreed. Chair recognizes the member for Ken Island, Ramkins, and Salvador.
Yeah. I draw attention, Mr. Chairman, to the clause 27A1. It speaks to the Prime Minister or enabling the Prime Minister by order to demand the evacuation of any person when an emergency alert exists. That's 27(1)A. It also refers to 27(1) of the substantive bill. And there seems to be some conflict between the two. I'm wondering how it's being resolved in the minds of the government. That's why I don't know whether they have a copy of this act with them. But 27(1) already empowers the Prime Minister to declare an emergency, right? Under 27(1). You're now giving him another power in this amendment to do it. Y'all didn't bring it? Y'all ask permission to use your phone and pull down the law. Pull down the act. The Disaster Preparedness Response Act that you're amending. You have it? Because 27(1) in the Substantive Act says a disaster emergency exists when the Prime Minister declares by order that an emergency exists.
You got it. Yeah. Again,
I have a copy. I just want to. And then the amendment speaks to, it really speaks to another order being made. And that order would relate to the demanding the evacuation of any personal group. So now you have an order of emergency under 27(1). The amendment now produces another order that speaks to demanding the evacuation. Now, before you get up, let me draw your attention to something else. Okay? Because that order is speaking to demand, right? The evacuation. Now, as the law exists, the same order that is made by 27(1)A, when you go to clause 30 of the bill, and more specifically, C, allows the same power.
30 of the bill, the act or the bill?
The act, yeah.
The act.
Yeah.
The act.
Yeah.
Okay.
Specific act. It says, so when you make an order under 27(1), as is now, that order could provide for the mandatory evacuation of areas. 30E, not rule, the law. Section 30E. That says that during the existence of an order made under 27(1). So it's all there already. They can make an emergency, shall evacuate an area. So that's a mandatory, it's already in the law, and you're amending it. You're making another regime, and the understanding is how those two regimes will now coexist. So perhaps you could answer that. Or we will raise the rest. There's also, when you look at, so that's 27(1). You might want to look at 27A2, which speaks to the prohibition
and movement of any person or group of persons to or from or within any specified area or island where necessary. We look at B as well. I'm talking about to the amendment. When you go back to the bill, 27A2. 8. Look at 2. Look at 2A2, 2A2A, and 2A2 and 2B and C. Yeah, B and C. Look at A, B, and C. Let's look at A, B, and C. A, B, and C. Yeah. All that is that all captured again by section 30E. Because 30E speaks to providing, 30D, 30D. My mistake. 30D. 30E is mandatory evacuation. 30D speaks to the movement of all persons or vehicles or any class or type of persons or vehicles are or restricted in their respective movements, any part of, and this A, B, and C speaks to the movements of persons. Again, you could have, that is, again, you have the similar provisions. How are they going to coexist? Question I asked. Right? Now, I also refer you to 30F. Look at F. 30F. Same of the standard law again. Yes. Of the Act, yeah. That speaks to that the order made, the declaration made on the 27th one, you could, in that order, amend any enactment for suspending the operation of that enactment or for applying any enactment with or without modification.
Before you proceed, I don't want to cut your trend, but I think you're going to Section 30 of the Act now, but I think Section 30 of the Act is mentioned in Section 3 of the bill. So I think we're kind of jumping. We are still dealing with Section 2 of the bill.
How you get there?
Because you're mentioning Section 30.
I talk of the Section 30 of the Act.
Yes, I understand that.
Not Section 30 of the Clause 3 of the bill.
I'm saying, but listen to what I'm saying first. I'm saying Clause 3 of the bill refers to Section 30 of the Act. So I'm saying, listen first. I'm saying we're only dealing with Section 2 of the bill.
Right.
So maybe you should call your reference to Section 30 of the Act and tell me move. And second,
Mr. Chairman, so please allow me to make my case. I know what Section Clause 3 says.
Okay. You realize that it speaks to what you're probably going to go.
No, it don't speak to it.
Okay.
What I'm pointing out, we are making our case, right, for why this was nothing but a PR exercise. The law is already there.
I'll hear you out. I'll hear you out. Because we're in committee. I'll hear you out. Let me hear you.
What you're pointing out is that what I am pointing out has been now repealed by the same section, by the same bill.
That's why I was wondering if you wanted to address
No,
when we come to Section 3. But carry on.
You very ably pointed that out.
Very well.
And you went ahead of me. And I thank you for carrying me there quickly. Because the point really is, Mr. Chairman, that was already in the law. And then just to add sophistry to exercise. They sophistry to the exercise.
Sophistry.
They then go and repeal that act to make it appear it's something new. That's the point we make here. So
carry on.
So they cannot coexist. I'm pointing out the speaker. I want to do it in that fashion to show that the law exists already. Because for it would have been incompatible, save for the fact that you quite rightly and ably pointed out that, well, what they have done, they have repealed those sections and they put in a new section. But that just makes the point. That was a wholly
unnecessary exercise because the law was already in place. Chair recognizes Carmichael.
Speaker, I'm grateful to the honourable member for pointing out the challenges that he perceives, having regard to what the amendment seeks to do. When I spoke about this during the debate, and I regret that no member opposite was here during the time when I made my contribution, I sought to illustrate.
You all wasn't here. Nobody was here.
All right, can we let's let Carmichael try to respond, please.
Mr. Speaker, I sought to illustrate the difference between the provisions that currently exist and the provisions that in respect to this amendment. And one of the challenges is that under Article 29 of the Constitution, there is a particular procedure where there is a proclamation. And that procedure carries itself through to the original act. And so where this Disaster Preparedness Act.
Preparedness and Response Act.
And so when you, no, because let me go back to this, Mr. Speaker. Let me start at the beginning.
My record in the force precedes me, my friend. I've heard that discussion before. Right? With you and whoever members. I put my record up against you and whoever told you that. And see which record.
Carolyn and Mount Moriah, y'all can probably take that outside. The chair recognizes the member for Carmichael.
I'm obliged, sir. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, what I sought to do is to show that the
Deputy Commissioner, you all promoted me. I left the Deputy Commissioner.
Yeah. What we sought to do was to show the difference between.
Anyone you know the police force, and who gave you that information? But get the lesson anyway. QC. Undeserved.
Members. One second, Carmichael. Please. Mount Moriah. Carolyn, Mount Moriah. 1 second. Mount Moriah. Member for Mount Moriah, please. We know let's just focus on the bill that's before the House. If you all want to discuss these discussions outside, we could do that later.
On his feet. Let's respect the rules of
the chair recognizes members. The chair recognizes the member for Carmichael.
Yeah, I'm obliged, Mr. Speaker. The provisions of the Disaster Preparedness Response Act were enacted in accordance with the provisions of Article 29 of the Constitution. There are certain procedures under the current Section 27A, which requires you to follow the process that is under Article 29. And so if that process is followed, one must first come to the House of Assembly, have a proclamation of emergency declared. The process requires that proclamation exists and lasts for only 14 days. In the initial instance, and then after that, one must come back to the House of Assembly to follow a particular process. We must, not only the House of Assembly, but the House of Assembly and the Senate. And then the opportunity exists for Parliament to extend it for another 6 months. And so that is the proclamation of emergency that this act is based on. What has been sought here is the creation of a process by which one does not have to follow that procedure when a disaster occurs, and there does not have to be a proclamation of emergency. So the disaster orders, the orders that can be made here, are essentially, in some respects, supplemental to the process that is already in the Act, but it is a shorter cut. It provides the Prime Minister to give immediate relief. So, for example, we were sitting in the middle of the vacation, the annual House vacation, and members opposite wanted us to come back.
Call Parliament back into session.
To debate it. And one of the things that would have been done at that time was possibly a proclamation of emergency. Under this process, there's no need for that process. The Prime Minister has the power outside the Constitution to take such actions as may be required without a proclamation of emergency. And that gives the flexibility to be able to assist, help. For example, if there is an emergency that impacts this Parliament, if there's an emergency that impacts members of Parliament, the Prime Minister still can act without having to go through the process contemplated by Article 29. And we also indicated that the amendments are not unconstitutional because they do not refer to the proclamations of emergency. They refer to disasters, certain circumstances. And so if the honorable member had said, for example, that he was of the view that it was unconstitutional because it infringed the freedom of movement, that would have been an entirely different argument from the one he presented here. But the one he presented here had to do with Article 29. Initially, that was the argument you presented.
We're in committee.
No,
I raised questions as to the compatibility of various sections, right, to ground the point that the law already exists.
No.
Right, and the sophistry of repealing Section 30 of the Substantive Act, right, to cover what I call that sophistry. Yeah, that's what. Yeah, because if you look at, that's the question I raised. Now, in my substantive debate, the point I made was Article 29, right, where the proclamation by the governor is the only basis upon which civil liberties could be suspended by virtue of Article 29(2). That speaks to the suspension of civil liberties.
Pursuant to 29.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Yes, only pursuant
but Article 20, so where else you could do it? That's what I'm saying. So what you're doing now is creating laws that may infringe upon civil liberties, and it would be repugnant to Article 29 too. That's the point I made.
The point that I made would be repugnant to 29 to having regard to the wording with respect to disaster. And the Prime Minister is now able to make these orders under this provision without reference to Article 29. That was the point. And so this is a less cumbersome method of being able to save, protect lives in this country. That's all. That's the argument. And that's the response to the honorable member.
But as many. It's being moved. It's being moved and seconded that clause 2 of the bill be agreed. As many members in favor being seated, those opposing will rise. Clause 2 of the bill is agreed.
What's the other clause you want? Cat Island, Brave. What's the other clause you want? No, man, I'm moving on. I get to clause 3 and 4. We tried to pass this bill. Sometimes you need to tell me which clause we need to stop on.
I'll tell you in a minute.
The chair recognizes the member for, the chair recognizes Angliston.
No, I just wanted to point out because I heard the member for Carmichael and the member for Cat Island talking about the issue of civil liberties which are entrenched in the Constitution. And if a person is to be arrested in accordance with this, I trust that we understand it, the provisions under this, under Article 18. There's no arrest? So you have an offense with no arrest? But if you deprive a person of their liberty, which is what we're discussing here, pursuant to, no, this is a legal issue that you just well, go ahead then. No, let me finish my point though. Don't surprise me. Okay? If you are depriving someone of their of their liberty, pursuant to Article 18, which speaks about enshrining the saint, or 19, about a person's personal liberty, because this law allows the authorities to go in and take someone out of their home and put them somewhere. Let me finish what I'm saying. The Constitution provides for how and in what circumstances a person can be deprived of their liberty. See, Mr. Chairman, we got to be careful, you know. The Constitution is a fundamental document, and we have to appreciate that the liberty of the subject is an enshrined right in our Constitution. And if you are being deprived of that, then we have to be clear on the circumstances in which that will happen. That's the point I want to raise. Because you are saying, sorry. No, so I just want to be clear on that issue. You see, because I hear you saying you want to save lives and do all kinds of things. That could be true, but a person, a human in this country has fundamental human rights that are guaranteed in this Constitution, and one of them is the liberty, the personal liberty of an individual.
Member for Southern Shore, sorry.
I agree with and accept the learned counsel, the member for Anderson, defending the Constitution. And I too agree with that. But this very same Constitution makes provision for a person to be taken into custody or deprived of their liberty for their own safety. But that said, we're not, that said, I'm not arguing that. What I'm saying here is, what I want to say, the point I want to make is, we are not intending to go into and take someone out of their house. The whole idea here is to be able to say to you that based on information, scientific information, empirical data, that danger will come to the place where you are. We are saying to you that it is mandatory that you evacuate. However, if you choose not to evacuate, know that we could revisit you, that you would have committed an offense. But we're not intending to go and arrest anybody. It'll be treated similar to a traffic offense.
Chairman,
I listen.
I'm going to read from Article 19, because this is not make it up as we go along. This is our Constitution, which was hard fought by the freedom fighters of this country, and it protects the rights of individuals against governments and other authorities. And in this regard, on the issue of Article 19, which speaks about a person being deprived of his personal liberty, save as may be authorized by law in any of the following cases. Article 19. In the execution of the sentence or order of a court, and I'm not going to go through all that, but that's the first category. In execution of the order the court made in order to secure the fulfillment of any obligation imposed upon him by law, for the purpose of bringing him before a court in execution of the order of a court, upon reasonable suspicion of his having committed of or being about to commit a criminal offense. In the case of a person, and this is what you referred to, who has not attained the age of 18 years for the purpose of his education or welfare. The state, this is for a person under the age of 18. An education or welfare. For the purpose of preventing the spread of an infectious disease or contagious disease, in the case of a person who is reasonably suspected to be of unsound mind addicted to drugs or alcohol, or is a vagrant for the purpose of his care or treatment or the protection of the community. Okay? For the purpose of preventing the unlawful entry of that person into the Bahamas. And it goes on.
For the purpose of his care, I care so much.
No, that's no.
Yeah, you.
That's connected to infectious diseases and all of that.
Mr. Chairman,
No, you're moving, you're depriving of the
Mr. Chairman, there's no doubt that the government's attempting to be creative in attempting to comply with the Constitution, but unfortunately, it doesn't, because even though they say they may not go in and arrest anyone or take them out or because of their own, because they failed to come, you still say that if I don't leave, later on, you could arrest, I have committed an offense. But the offense that I'm committing, I'm going to say that the creation of that offense, right, impacts my liberty, and is not, and that in itself, the law, that offense is repugnant to the Constitution, and so I cannot be fined. So it's not the fact that you're not going to go and lift me out, but if you come to then charge me, you're going to charge me with offense that, having regard to this order made by the Prime Minister, you should have moved and you didn't move. Well, I don't want to move. And I have a right to say I don't want to move. That's what the Constitution gives me that right. And therein lies the challenge. And you can't find me.
And the record will show that. The record, yes, but the record will show at the end of the day that all and every effort was made to cause you to move. And so at the end of the day, during the eye of the storm, during the worst of the passage of the storm, when you call for the first responder to come and risk now his life and the life of others, there would be further justification that, Frankie, you were told to move. Frankie, we told you it was mandatory to move. You didn't move. Now you will have to wait until after the storm has passed, because Officer Jones will not be asked to risk his life to come and get you. That's all we're trying to do here. No one is breaching the Constitution.
I'm not talking about the first responders or those who are designed to rescue the resident who is refusing to move. The issue here, as a citizen of this country, I decided I don't move. I have my freedom of movement, and I don't move. And then you can now charge me with an offense. And I'm saying that in itself, that's where the challenge is.
But if you know it's unconstitutional, why carry it across?
It's very interesting, this debate, and we all want to protect. There's nobody in here who doesn't want to protect the rights of Bahamians, the constitutional rights. The operative article that we're looking at is the operative article that we're looking at is the Article 29, which deals with the freedom of movement. And when we look at the freedom of movement and the circumstances under which freedom of movement may be curtailed under the Constitution, it's very clear that this provision is not unconstitutional, and that what flows from it relating to the freedom of movement of any individual is entirely constitutional. And if there is it is an issue of freedom of movement, because the order that has been challenged is that the Prime Minister may, for the protection of the health or safety of persons, by order, demand the evacuation of any person or group of persons from any specified area or island. And then prohibit the movement of any person or group of persons. And the penalty that arises as a result of the infringement of that provision, 1 and 2, and not from any other provision. So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, the provision under 25 provides for infringement on the actions in relation to freedom of movement in the interest of defense, public safety, public order, public morality, public health, town and country planning, or the prevention of plant and animal diseases. And
Gentlemen, please.
purpose of protecting the rights and freedoms of other persons, and it goes on. There are many, many ways in which this provision can be enacted and is constitutional, and notwithstanding the arguments that have been put forward, we appreciate the interest of the opposition and the goodwill with which it's put forward. But we do not agree with you on this. We do not agree that it's unconstitutional.
Chair recognizes Bamboo Town.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I do now move that clauses 3 and 4 of the bill be agreed.
I second that, Mr. Chair. Being moved and seconded that clause 3 and 4 of the bill be agreed. As many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. Clause 3 and 4 of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I do now move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
Mr. Chair, I second that. Being moved and seconded that the bill be agreed in its entirety. As many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Mr. Chairman, I do now move that the Speaker takes the chair.
Mr. Chairman, I second that. We did the other one first. It's being moved and seconded that the Speaker now do take the chair. As many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The Speaker will now take the chair.
Yes, it would have been. Speaker,
Speaker, I beg leave to report that the Committee of the Whole has gone through the bills, making no amendments thereto.
Honorable members, the Deputy Speaker and Chairman of the Committee of the Whole House has reported that the Committee of the Whole House has gone through the two bills, having made no amendments thereto. Third reading and passing of bills. The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Speaker, I do move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to provide for the exemption of payment of fees to replace government-issued documents that were damaged or lost by any person who, on the 1st of September 2019, resided in any of the islands impacted by Hurricane Dorian.
Mr. Speaker, I do second that.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a third time and pass. A bill for an act to provide for the exemption of payment of fees to replace government-issued documents that were damaged or lost by any person who, on the 1st of September 2019, resided in any of the islands impacted by Hurricane Dorian. As many as in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Order that the bill be read for a third time and pass.
A bill for an act to provide for the exemption of payment of fees to replace government-issued documents that were damaged or lost by any person who on the 1st of September 2019 resided in any of the islands impacted by Hurricane Dorian.
Honorable members, order that the bill do now pass and the title thereof be declared to be Hurricane Dorian Replacement of Government-Issued Documents Exemption from Fees Act 2019. Further third reading and passing of bills. The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Bamboo Town.
You know what we up against, Eggleston. Mr. Speaker, I do move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Disaster Preparedness and Response Act to provide for evacuation, disaster, and relief orders to be made by the Prime Minister and for connected purposes.
Mr. Speaker, I do second that.
Thank you. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a third time and pass. A bill for an act to amend the Disaster Preparedness and Response Act to provide for evacuation, disaster and relief orders to be made by the Prime Minister and for connected purposes. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. The bill has passed with the opposition indicating the motion is carried with the opposition recording their objection or dissent. Order that the bill be read for a third time and pass.
A bill for an act to amend the Disaster Preparedness and Response Act to provide for evacuation, disaster and relief orders to be made by the Prime Minister and for connected purposes.
Order that the bill do now pass and the title thereof be declared to be the Disaster Preparedness and Response Amendment Act 2019. For the third reading and passing of bills. Chair recognizes the honourable member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Speaker, there are no further third readings at this time.
Consideration of Senate amendments. Resolutions. Members' statements. The chair recognizes the honourable member for Angleton.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I won't be long. I know that I believe the government has certain things they want to attend to, but Speaker, I have been speaking with the member for Southern Shores about this, and I know he's going to help, but I wanted to aerate it because I have to be an activist for people who I believe are falling between the cracks, Mr. Speaker. The young man in my constituency, he was abandoned by his mother, father unknown, as an infant. Was very fortunate to find the loving custody of adoptive parents, adoptive and not in the legal sense, who through the courts were able to get custody, legal custody of this person. The young man, despite all of his setbacks and his just nothing going for him in life, except finding these people, has been able to make it through the school system. He just graduated from R.M. Bailey, Mr. Speaker. He is on the honor roll. He attained 6 BGCSEs at grades B, Bs, and Cs, including physics. He got a B in physics. He's been endeavoring to enter the University of the Bahamas. He doesn't have a passport, and he couldn't get in. So this young man who really, against all odds in life, and has done so well, is trying to get into University of Bahamas, and the records, I believe, are in the custody of the Department of Social Services because the child came through the system. They know who the mother is and all of that. The adoptive parents or the guardians don't know. He's a minor. They're trying to get a passport. We were talking about passports earlier today so that he can enter the University of the Bahamas. Wow. And he's missed this opportunity, and he's taken it very hard. Very hard, and he looks a bit angry too. But I think he's more hurt than angry. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to make a case for this young man. I want the government to hear me, the Department of Social Service to hear me. Please help this young man get a passport so he can enter the University of Bahamas. You know, my father always says, he might be an ex-prime minister. He might be. Let's encourage the young man. Let's don't put a stumbling block. He's had enough through no fault of his own. And I'm asking the department to please help us. And I would not have come in this route, but I've been trying now for months. And I need to aerate and put it out there. This young man needs help. And the member is here, and I'm hoping he hears me and that he will assist this young man getting his passport so he can enter the University of Bahamas. He might be your next Nobel Prize scientist. It's possible. So I'm asking, please assist me with this young man. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honourable member. The chair recognizes the honourable member for South Beach. The chair recognizes the honourable member for Southern Shores.
I was named. Mr. Speaker, I joined the member for Angleton in the pain and compassion that she feels for this young man. And I have
no reason to not want this young man to have all and every opportunity to exceed his potential. And yes, the honorable member for Anglican has been in communication with me. What the honorable member of Anglican haven't said to us is how responsive I have been, notwithstanding we have not yet arrived at the desired result. And so I thought it necessary to respond so that the record won't go suggesting that her efforts were not responded to. Even as we sat here today, in a WhatsApp message, I said to the honorable member that I spoke with my director as late as yesterday on this matter, saying that the Attorney General's office has put together a team that has helped with our children in the Ranfully, and I am seeking to ensure that all of the children who are wards of the state are able to transition with the necessary documents that would not impede their progress. And I said to the honorable member that I spoke with the director, and if she would reach out to the director. She indicated to me that she had spoken to the director prior to that. And I agreed and accepted and still went on to suggest that if you now speak to her subsequent to our conversation, it is likely that we will move forward. So I just want the record to be that, yes, Anglican has interceded on behalf of this young man, but yes, Southern Shores and the Minister of Social Services has also been responsive and has joined Anglican in this fight to ensure that the young man gets his justice.
Speaker, I did not.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Anglican.
Thank you, Speaker. I think I said that I've been in touch with the minister on this issue, and yes, we've had very cordial communications on it, and I appreciate it. But the rubber's hitting the road now, and they'd like a passport for the young man. That's all I'm saying. I've been at this for months. Now the minister's referring me to his director. Okay, I go to his director, and I'm speaking to the minister directly. I spoke to the director. I spoke to this one. I've spoken to all kinds of people. I'm now being told to go back to the director. I mean, the minister's telling me now to go back to the director. So I leave it, Mr. Speaker. This is what it's been a vicious cycle. The young man just needs a straight road of health. That's all. That's all we're asking.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for South Beach.
May it please, most honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to say thank you to the wonderful people of South Beach. But with your leave, sir, I wish to make a correction in this House with regard to a response that I had given to the honourable member for Anglican a couple of weeks ago, in which she had asked if the matter at C.H. Reeves was being addressed and resolved. And I indicated at the time that I spoke that the matter would be resolved by the following day. I was advised that that is not correct, because the information I received, that it was and I thought it was the C.H. Reeves matter, but in fact, there was also an industrial action occurring at the same time at C.W. Sawyer, which was being resolved and was resolved the following day. So I gave the House the impression, the information that C.H. Reeves was being resolved, because I was advised that it was in fact being resolved, when in fact, the information was that C.W. Sawyer was being resolved. I am here to correct that, sir, and so also to advise that C.H. Reeves has not yet been resolved, although it is in the process of resolution. So I just wish to make that very clear. I wish also to advise, Mr. Speaker, that the young man in question can enroll in the University of the Bahamas. The records of R.M. Bailey just needs to be made available to me, and he will be enrolled as soon as we get that record.
I recognize the honourable member for...
Pardon me, Mr. Speaker. Notwithstanding the absence of the passport.
South Beach, Mr. Speaker, and that is greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the honourable member for Tall Pines.
Speaker. I'll be very quick. Mr. Speaker, I just wish to advise members of Tall Pines, constituents of Tall Pines, that we will be having a constituency meeting tomorrow at Galvantine's at 7, Galvantine's Primary School at 7 p.m., Alexander Boulevard. We'll be also be having, Mr. Speaker, a town hall meeting next week, Monday, the 28th of October, again at the Galvantine's Primary School. We would be, our guests at the meeting would be the Organization for Responsible Governance, to be talking about their freedom schools and how education is important in us understanding our political process here in the Bahamas. And at that time, I'll also be addressing the various bills that we've just passed in the House with regards to the hurricane and the recent update on the landfill developments after our visit 3 weeks ago. So I want to invite the constituents of Tall Pines to a meeting tomorrow at Galvantine's and a meeting again on Monday at Galvantine's, both at 7 p.m. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just rise briefly just to thank two organizations at this particular time for their tremendous assistance with building materials in particular in East Grand Bahama. And the first group is the Rotary Clubs of Grand Bahama, Rotary International, who have been doing a fantastic, phenomenal job from the day after this storm. These are people, Mr. Speaker, who truly live up to their motto, service above self. I am very pleased that I am, although I don't attend meetings anymore, I'm still a member. And I'm very grateful for them on behalf of the residents of East Grand Bahama for all the tremendous support that they have shown and concern they've shown to those residents. I want to make a particular shout out to a lady we call Miss Sunshine, Billie Jane Ferguson, who has lost everything herself. Everything. When I say everything, I mean everything. But she is in that warehouse day in and day out, 7 days a week, working her fingers to the bone in support of others. And I just want to send a special shout out to her, because I know it gets weary, and sometimes they get sad and depressed too. And so I just wanted to know that we support and love her and certainly pray for her, as well as all of the other members of the club and those persons of goodwill who have joined with the club to provide relief to those residents. Likewise, I want to send a special thanks to the Long Island Association in Grand Bahama, who, along with winter residents, are also providing some level of building materials to residents in East Grand Bahama. Again, Mr. Speaker, the support that these donors, non-government organizations have been providing to our residents has just been invaluable. As has been ably outlined today, we can't do it all. It's just impossible. And so we rely upon the support and generosity of those persons of goodwill, who've come into our communities to help us. And so today I just want to honor and show them our appreciation as they continue to do the work that they do. Mr. Speaker, to our residents in East Grand Bahama, I will be on the ground on Friday night, Saturday, continuing with our efforts to bring relief as best we can with the resources that we have as a constituency to those who will continue to be in need. And I've heard the pleas. I understand the areas that we need to address, and we will certainly be doing our best to do that this weekend as we continue to address and try to do what we can to help out. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Mangrove Key, South and Central Andros.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, as I've been hearing any announcement from this honourable place on the events that will be taking place in the next few days relative to the late former Senator Doswell Coakley, I'd like to note on behalf of our leader, the Honourable Philip Davis, that tomorrow Senator Doswell Coakley's body will be lying in state here at the Senate building in the Roslyn Square, in the historic community of Roslyn Square tomorrow, starting at 10 a.m. And on Friday, there will be the state-recognized funeral for the late Senator at Christchurch Cathedral at 11 a.m. At that time, I would hope that all of my parliamentary colleagues, especially senators, would also be able to join in along with others and give the family some real moral support during these very challenging times. He would have served our country as a member of the law enforcement agencies over the years, also as a director of immigration, also former chamber president, consul general, and also, like I mentioned, a senator under the Progressive Liberal Party. I would also like to note the fact that this weekend is also the annual Danny Pratt basketball tournament in South Andros. And we're glad for some 8 or 9 teams that would be visiting our community during these very challenging times. And also on Sunday afternoon at 3 p.m., the community of South Andros and Drake of the Mars Bay would be celebrating with the Reverend James W. Pratt at his annual pastoral anniversary in the community of Congo Town. And once again, I want to thank the good member for Carmichael, who's promised now to assist with our roads challenges in the community of South and Central Andros, and our bridge, for example, directly, and also the member for Long Island, who has given us some hope that we now can anticipate our potable water system being completed in deep South Andros. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to first thank the people of residents of Carmichael and Bel Air and Mermaid Boulevard West, who have for the past 2 decades been very, very patient with this issue of water rising in those communities whenever we have heavy rain. And during Hurricane Dorian, we saw water in those communities that was up to 2 feet high in some areas. Lots of people lost furniture, and there were lots of challenges. And this has been going on for many, many years. In fact, from those communities from the last 20 years or so, as I indicated. We sought to some deep wells in those communities. We're seeking to find ways to resolve the challenges that they face. And so we're hoping that these deep wells will answer the challenges that they face. But I need to thank them for their spirit of never giving up and spirit of understanding and appreciation. And we're going to see how those wells work. If they don't work, then there are some other solutions we're going to look at. The second thing I want to do, Mr. Speaker, is to send a shout out to my chairman, Mr. Peter Houghton, who has not been well and was hospitalized, and to wish him all the very best as he recuperates. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for East Grand Bahama.
Again, but Central and South Andros, yes, ma'am. You got your second bite. Second and South and Central Andros did remind me about the passing of a dear friend, Dalswell Coakley, and I just wanted to recognize him in this house. Dalswell was one of those people, as was well said, was a consummate civil servant and servant of the people. Despite the fact that he was a supporter of the other side, I watched him grow past that and become a statesman. And certainly he was always available for good advice, for encouragement and support. He was a Rotarian. He was a lodge member. He was a member of my church, Church of the Ascension in Grand Bahama. And certainly, as I say, I remember him very well. He used to call me his senior, and he's could be my father for sure. But he was certainly always very, very supportive, very helpful, very informative as I went through this particular journey, and even before, but certainly since I've been through this journey. And so I certainly will remember him for all of his kind words and encouragement to me personally. Certainly I want to express on behalf of Sonia and my family and the people of East Grand Bahama, and I dare say all of our Rotarian friends and lodge friends, our sincere condolences to Janice and to his son Dalswell and their family. Certainly he will be missed. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for the Exumas and Ragged Island.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. Firstly, I want to remind the people of Ragged Island that I will visit at 4:30 p.m. on Friday the 25th for a town meeting. at the Holy Innocent Anglican Church, and invite all residents to be present. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I want to offer my sincerest condolences to the family of Mrs. Adeline Rose. She is the first centenarian that I've come to know personally, Mr. Speaker. She was 101 years old, from Mount Thompson, Exuma, a beacon and a matriarch of her family, and I offer my sincerest condolences to her surviving children, Benjamin, Clarice, Josiah, and Peggy. Coincidentally, Commander Amos was the commander in charge of Flamingo during the incident with Cuba, and Mrs. Adeline Rose is the mother of Commander Amos. So on behalf of a grateful nation, on behalf of all of the people of Exuma and Ragged Island, on behalf of my colleague, the member from Garden Hills, who also sent his condolences as well. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Yamacraw.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to, I've already extended condolences to the Turnquest family, but to the family of the late Mr. Warren Grant, a meritorious council member of the Free National Movement. And he was late. There was a ceremony at the headquarters for him at 1 o'clock today. Unfortunately, I know that they would understand we were about the country's business, and some of us were unable to attend, but I would just like to extend our condolences to him. Mr. Speaker, on yesterday, I was motivated. I was sitting with a young prosecutor from the AG's office, and he indicated to me that one of the most dangerous places in this country is the bank lane. So I asked him what case he had, and he was referring to the number, and we discussed the number of young black men of color who traversed that pathway. And what made it even much more, and he's saying how dangerous the pathway was because of the nature of the offenses. What makes it even that much more dangerous, and I'm sure that all of us would agree, is the future. One of the greatest potential of our country are young men being marched to and fro through Bank Lane, Mr. Speaker, not being university graduates or high school graduates, but on their way, in most cases, to foster. And Mr. Speaker, I was always, and I love the movement by the Department of Correction. Whatever it is, Mr. Speaker, I don't want them to go there. But I'd always indicated that a part of what I would do in Yamacraw is to start a boys' club. And the interesting thing is the persons who would encourage that would be the single mothers. And so, Mr. Speaker, not this Saturday, next Saturday, we'll be holding our first community effort, one that is not politically motivated. We're going to look for men in the community like Mr. Arnold Josie, if possible, Mr. Paul Thompson, and a few others, to bring young men out and to speak to them that it is their destiny to be leaders in this community, to aspire to be prime minister, garbage man, fisherman, or whatever have you. But their destiny is not that of the Department of Corrections. Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of focus and it should be, on how we develop our women and how they ought to be in leadership, and that's very good. But I wish we would hear more telling our young men that you were created and predestined to be leaders in your own right. And so, Mr. Speaker, we in the Yamacraw community will start that effort. I want to thank the Department of Corrections for what they've done in terms of bringing in low-risk persons to assist us in the community. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members. There being no further member statement, I just wish to thank the people of the Nassau Village constituency for the opportunity to serve and to notify all constituents of the relocation of the constituency office from Taylor Street and moving deeper into the village, onto the park of Alexandria Boulevard, the numbers will still remain the same, 393-4667 or 812-2250. And I also like to advise persons in the constituency that all debris and derelict vehicles, we are making an effort to clean up for Christmas. And so we would want you to take pictures of those debris and derelict vehicles and WhatsApp those photographs and your request to have them removed to the 812-2250 number. And I also want to thank all of the pastors of the Nassau Village constituency who were welcome at my home on the 19th, Saturday, the 19th of October, to a prayer breakfast, and for your collective agreement to begin a revival in the Nassau Village constituency. Appointment of select committees. Instructions to select committees. Discharge of select committees. Notices for future meetings. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Mango Key, South and Central Andros.
Speaker, I'd just like to inform the honorable House that all notices standing in the name of Majesty's Loyal Opposition remain for all the further sittings in honorable place.
Thank you, honorable member. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to renew all matters in the name of the government and signals to the House that the House will return after our adjournment, Mr. Speaker, at 3 p.m. So I'm moving a motion, Mr. Speaker, that the House do adjourn until 3 p.m. Tuesday, the 29th of October, 2019.
Mr. Speaker, I second that.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that this House adjourns to 3 p.m. Thursday, the 29th of October, 2019. As many as on Tuesday, that was a Freudian slip.
Yeah.
Tuesday, 3 p.m., the 29th of October, 2019. As many as in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Final adjournment. Chair recognizes the honorable member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Speaker, on the final adjournment, I would just like to inform the House that when we return on Tuesday, we will be debating the harbor dues amendment bill. And so, Mr. Speaker, I do now move that the House adjourns until Tuesday at 3 p.m., October 2019.
I do second, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the House adjourns to Tuesday, 3 p.m., the 29th of October, 2019. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. The House stands adjourned to Tuesday, 3 p.m., the 29th of October, 2019.
All right.